guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The state of New Mexico is moving to provide $30 million in emergency food aid beginning Saturday as federal SNAP benefits are suspended amid the ongoing government shutdown. New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham said the state funding will assist roughly 460,000 residents covering the first 10 days of November.
How exactly we do what between now and the 10 days, the legislature will guide the decisions of the executive.
The governor said she could call a special legislative session if the halt in benefits extends beyond 10 days. President Trump is ordering the Department of War to resume testing of nuclear weapons. On a Truth Social post, Trump said that due to testing programs of other countries, he's instructed the department to act on an equal basis. He was pressed on about that by reporters aboard Air Force One.
We have more nuclear weapons than anybody. We don't do testing. We've halted it many years ago. But with others doing testing, I think it's appropriate that we do also.
In the post, Trump specifically cited the nuclear programs of Russia and China. The last time the U.S. tested a nuclear weapon was 1992. Federal and local authorities in Indiana have arrested 223 illegal aliens, including 146 truck drivers, in a crackdown on unsafe foreign drivers. That's according to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem.
If you are here driving on our streets illegally and our highways, you are endangering our citizens and your days are numbered.
Many held commercial licenses from sanctuary states. The arrests are part of Operation Midway Blitz, aimed at protecting Americans from drivers with criminal histories, including driving under the influence, assault, and drug offenses. Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 109 points, the S&P 500 lost 68 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 377 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Buckingham Palace says Prince Andrew has been stripped of his royal title and will now be known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. The move, approved by King Charles, comes amid ongoing fallout from past scandals involving the king's brother. A 7-year-old boy was found dead in a freezer in Los Angeles County. Now his mother, father, and grandmother have been placed under arrest.
Deputies from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department were called to an apartment on Tuesday night for a welfare check. Deputies pronounced the 7-year-old dead at the scene. 3 other children were also at the residence. A 16-year-old, a 13-year-old, and a baby were taken into protective custody. The mother, 25-year-old Destiny Harrison, was arrested on suspicion of murder. The father and the grandmother were also arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to commit murder. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Some McDonald's customers paying in cash will have to pay a little more or less for their meal since pennies are no longer in production.
The federal government stopped making new 1-cent coins this year because it costs more than 1 cent to make one. Now, some areas are seeing penny shortages, and McDonald's is responding with a plan to round up or down to the nearest nickel. I'm Monica Nelson.
A Detroit police officer went viral after appearing in virtual court without pants, shocking Judge Sean Perkins.
Officer Jackson, badge number 3919, out of the 12th precinct.
You got some pants on, officer?
Officer Matthew Jackson quickly fixed his camera to show only his waist up. The Detroit Police Department reminded officers to dress appropriately for virtual court appearances. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
What do you say? Click the microphone. Here we go. It's showtime. Once again, ready for a new day. Here comes Friday. What do you say? Work our way into Halloween for 2025. Final day of October from time zone to time zone as we'll close out the work week. Get ready for all the ghosts and goblins to be ringing the bell. All right. Hey there, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios on a clear night outside the secret bunker. What do I see out there? About a half a moon, 40 degrees from the home base here at Southwest Ohio. Well, the rains have finally ended. It was a soggy Wednesday, most of Thursday. Well, our storm system continues to pull out of the northeast. There's not a whole lot on the radar that's going to be slowing you down tonight as far as precipitation's concerned. Yeah, the backside wraparound, western flank of our storm, still bringing some shower activity in northeastern Ohio, kind of a soggy night in the Cleveland area. You see some spotty showers down toward Pittsburgh through the heart of West Virginia. Lingering showers at the northeast corner of Pennsylvania, right up through the heart of New York. Yeah, say from New York City to Boston. Still some pretty decent rains coming down in the Boston area. Aside from that, most of the country, from the east coast to the west, pretty darn quiet tonight. See a little disturbance bringing a few showers there into northern and central portions of North Dakota tonight. But we are anticipating, well, according to AccuWeather, a rather potent storm that's going to be bringing some pretty dramatic changes to the weather across the northeast and southeastern Canada. Some of the coldest air we've seen so far this season, and yes, a chance for a few snowflakes. How about that as the storm pivots from New England into Quebec today? Melissa, fresh from the Caribbean, is going to have a close encounter with part of Atlantic Canada to start the weekend here. Yeah, the main storm's kind of harnessing moisture from the Gulf and the Atlantic, kind of wringing it out in the form of drenching rain. We've seen that from the Ohio Valley to the Mid-Atlantic this past day. Yeah, the bulk of that rain falling on New England overnight tonight, southeastern Canada for Friday and Friday night. Could even have a few thunderstorms accompany some of those rainfall in some locations. Generally beneficial rains, but too much in too short of a time in low-lying areas can cause some water to pool, some street flooding in areas where the storm drains may be blocked by the falling leaves right now. But as the storm strengthens, what you're going to notice is the winds increasing. Initially, winds on the front side creating rough surf and above normal tides. On the backside, that's where we're going to see winds ushering in that colder air from now to Saturday. Enough cold air will sweep in fast enough to bring maybe 1 to 3 inches of snow to the higher elevations. They're in northern parts of New York and New England from Friday night to Saturday. Maybe a coating to an inch or so on the ridges in northern West Virginia and southwestern Pennsylvania. Several inches of snow forecast to accumulate in parts of eastern Ontario and southern and eastern Quebec. But the winds, 30, 40 miles per hour, will be common throughout the northeast from now till Friday night. Over some of the ridges and through the gaps in the mountains there in the Appalachians, we could see gusts approaching 50 miles per hour. 40, 50 mile per hour forecast for southeastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey to southeastern New York and southern New England. In other words, high-profile vehicles, your trucks, buses, trailers, may have some difficulties crossing some of the higher bridges in the upper mid-Atlantic region along Interstate 95. I can't remember the name. One of the big bridges there in New York is shut down to empty trailers, as a matter of fact, as we speak. those who will be venturing out for fall activities, of course, trick-or-treating, football games, are going to have to bring some extra layers of clothing as the wind chills forecast a dip into the teens in the mountains. Wind chills in the 20s and 30s across portions of the Midwest and the Northeast from Friday into Saturday. Yeah, the gusty winds could affect the kicking and passing operation of some of the area football games. While it will not be as windy across the southeastern states, there will be enough of a breeze to add to the unfolding chill well to the south of this storm. Many locations across the southeast forecast to experience temperatures you haven't seen since back in late March or April of this year. Temperatures in the southeast going to be running 10 to 15 degrees below historical average for late October and early November. Temperatures later this Friday morning dipping near freezing over parts of the Appalachian, low to mid 40s even from northeastern Texas to northern Florida. Some locations over the interior of the central parts of the Florida Peninsula may actually start your Friday off in the mid 40s. By Saturday morning, some of the coldest spots in the north central portions of Florida are forecast to dip into the upper 30s. Wow, temperatures in the southern part of the Appalachians will be down into the 20s, accompanied by a hard freeze for Saturday morning. Frost may affect many areas in the interior southeast, where the skies remain clear and the winds subside there. Indeed, we're seeing some frost advisories all the way down into the northern half of Alabama overnight tonight into Friday morning. The chill is on. Temperatures expected to rise slightly from Sunday into Monday there in the Northeast. Lighter winds will make it feel much less harsh outside. Then a storm moving eastward along the Gulf Coast. Forecast to spread a chilly rain over the southeastern states late this weekend through early next week. Persistent rain Monday in the southeast may cause conditions to feel more like early winter versus mid-fall. Change of the seasons, it is that time of year, correct? All right, hello to Philly Dan, checking in out of the box from the city of brotherly love. Hope everybody has a great weekend. You do the same there, Philly. Shorty, where we find you? I-77 northbound, Charlotte, North Carolina tonight. Hanging in at 50 degrees. All right, Columbus bound once again. Hello, Jeffrey. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family from southern Florida. We move on up to the northeast. Good afternoon. Larry's on board Hammerdown, 55. We're still wet in Platkill, New York tonight. It's round number 4 to Schenectady time. Time to fill up the coffee cup. Settle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour on a TGIF, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, hidden in the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Steve throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. 41 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. A chilly night to be smashing pumpkins, you know. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever, throw another blanket over the feet there. It's showtime. Wait, in the right-hand corner, weighing in at 225 pounds, is Big Ed. In the left corner, weighing in at 195, it's the Grump. Let the picks begin. All right, we're rolling into, where are we at? Week number 10, I believe. 5 weeks to go in college football. We're getting toward, what do they call it? Crunch time, I believe. Every game holding much significance for postseason play, all right? Playoff action. Jerry checks in 40 clouds here in Kokomo right now. Thank you to all the truck drivers out there keeping us hardworking people supplied with what we need on a daily basis. And thank you to Hotshot Secret for putting the Steve Summers overnight drive on for us to enjoy. Tell them you love them every chance you get, folks. Roy, what do you say? As long as you couldn't see his underwear, who cares anyway? Good morning. I think it's in the 40s now, 30s, by the time the sun comes up here in northwest Illinois. Chilly night. All right, Jason, hello, Steve, passing through Lexington, Kentucky, 45 degrees, clear skies, dry roads, got a load of steel, heading for Houston, Texas for a Monday delivery. Be safe out there to all the listening family. Lard Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 39 degrees at the Weiss compound, southwest of Missouri. Got home early in the morning, hanging out with the hot blonde wife. We have the Steve Summers overnight drive, and we're sitting in front of the fire watching our cats spar. Going to be off for 4 days. Then it'll be a short week before I make my annual pilgrimage to Amarillo, Texas. I'll be working the WRCA Ranch Rodeo Finals. All right, everybody, have a great night out there on the boulevard. Special shout-out to Senor Heatwave from the Maple Leaf City. And there's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 41 clear skies at this hour. Friday comes our way. Happy Halloween, right? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Alrighty, I had no idea at the time. I guess last night, during our Thursday morning programming, I didn't hear of any issues per se with the Overnight Drive app. Yeah, but hundreds of thousands of people were, again, unable to access critical services as Microsoft's Azure unexpectedly crashed. It happened again. This massive outage just 9 days after the Amazon Web Services brought half the internet to a standstill. Now experts saying that the alarming reality of the internet blackout, Microsoft and Amazon, of course the world's two largest providers of cloud computing, the vast majority of internet services, apps, social media platforms, websites rely on these companies to process their data. Together, Amazon and Microsoft's vast data centers, known as hyperscalers, host over 60% of the world's cloud services. So when there's a problem, almost everyone around the world feels the impact. One artificial intelligence consultant at Clever Clogs AI says, we're seeing in real time what putting all your eggs in one basket looks like on a global scale. When services like Microsoft Azure or Amazon Web Services go down, it causes massive issues because of how companies structure cloud computing. That's essentially where companies or individuals rent out IT infrastructure from one of the tech giants. Instead of paying the massive cost of building and operating their own services, it's obviously cheaper for companies to pay for data to be processed for them. But that means massive parts of the internet rely on a few centralized nodes, as they call it, where the world's data is processed. We have become reliant on the big 3 or 4 cloud providers because of cost and simplicity. They make it affordable to provide new services at a scale that would be difficult to replicate as individual organizations. Experts say that the total dominance of Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud is creating some serious risks. From the Royal Holloway University, speaking to the Daily Mail, the majority, around 60% of companies are going to be relying on what you'd call a triopoly of Amazon AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud. Those 3 hosting 60 to 70% of the world's cloud processing. This means all the data that companies use goes through servers controlled by those 3 companies. When something goes wrong, thousands of companies that rely on those services are affected. So many services can be affected that it creates a ripple effect, taking down web services that don't even use cloud processing. Now, if there were a simultaneous outage from multiple providers, the results could be an actual global internet blackout. That means we're putting all of our eggs in one of 3 baskets. Although these companies are leaders in cloud technology, they're not infallible. We've seen it now twice in the past 10 days. If even a single provider has an issue in part of their infrastructure, then hundreds or even thousands of services become unavailable, affecting millions of customers worldwide. All right. Since so many companies use Microsoft's Azure cloud processing, their disruptions rapidly spread to companies like Costco, Starbucks, data tools like Blackbaud. According to Microsoft, the issue arose due to what the company called an inadvertent configuration change in Azure's front door contact delivery network. This, of course, again, just 9 days after Amazon Web Services went down, affecting more than 2,000 companies, millions of internet users around the world. According to Amazon, the enormous disruption was triggered by a malfunction at one of their data centers in Northern Virginia there. While giants like Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Azure are generally more reliable than smaller firms, experts say these outages just highlight the problems of being over-reliant on just a few companies out there. I do recall we had like an internal email from our headquarters there in Mount Gilead when I came in to start my show prep That would have been going back to Wednesday night, Thursday morning. And I didn't realize at the time. They said this is affecting email may be slow. This may be affecting our trying to process orders with like FedEx and UPS and things of that nature. So, all right, round the country, 844-844-3388. All right, coming up, I do not see. We're one day closer to the greatest day of the week. I know Captain Ron's been kind of under the weather this week. Doesn't look like he'll be checking in here on a Friday morning. Happy Halloween. Hope you're feeling better out there, Captain Ron. All right, of course, college football. We will enjoy the prognosticator of prognosticators and the analyst, the grump. Which games are we going to be picking on this week? There's quite the slate. I know I can tell you some, I guarantee. Big game. Got Oklahoma versus Tennessee, a 14th ranked versus an 18th ranked. We do know that College Game Day is going to be headed out to Utah for that Cincinnati Bearcat-Utah game. Big 12 getting some love this weekend from College Game Day. But first, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit Tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance warns that airport delays will continue if the government shutdown persists. While speaking outside the White House, he highlighted that vital workers risk missing pay or leaving for other jobs.
I worry about the people who are scanning our bags and making us get through the security line. I worry they're not getting paychecks. They're starting to get worried about how to feed their families and how to pay school tuition and everything else.
Vance has urged Democrats to negotiate, saying Republicans are ready to address their concerns. President Trump says he has reached a one-year agreement with China on critical rare earth minerals and some tariffs.
Trump announced the deal after his meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping in South Korea. The deal would see fentanyl-linked tariffs on China lowered by 10%, cutting tariffs on Chinese exports from 57% to 47%. Trump says Beijing is committed to fighting the flow of fentanyl. He also announced that China will start buying American soybeans again. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
At Tel, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tel at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Real quick before we get to our prognosticator of prognosticators, we are indeed one day closer to the greatest day of the week. Are you filling in for Captain Ron this morning?
I don't never call that day the greatest day of the week. But I don't know where Captain Ron is, but I did send him a message there because it was a guy that was looking for some model building help. And so anyways, I think I might have got him connected to help up with that. But he did send me a reply back. Thanks for connecting them. So, but I don't know, physically or condition where he's at or heard anything else from him. But anyways, yeah, so I guess what, Casual Friday, Your Honor, Casual Friday. Remember, Casual Friday don't mean drive naked, but,
especially on Halloween.
Anyway, yeah, that'd definitely be a trick or treat there, wouldn't it? I guess. Anyways, I just checked with the Bay Bridge here, the US 50, US 301 crossing the Chesapeake Bay there from Annapolis onto the Eastern Shore, and they have no weather-related restrictions, so no wind restrictions or advisory, but they do have one bridge closed. The normal eastbound span is closed, and what would be the normal westbound span, which is 3 lanes, is 1 lane in each direction, but the center lane is closed as a buffer lane. So even though there's 3 lanes, you only have 1 lane of travel in each direction on it.
Okay.
So other than that, it should be flowing as normal. And as I said, they didn't show any restrictions on the bridge or any delays getting to or off or anything of that nature right now. Other than that, I guess we're supposed to have some wind pick up here at some point because they're talking with the high tide there 1-2 o'clock in the morning. We're supposed to still have flooding around here because of the wind holding the water up in the Chesapeake, not letting it flow out. So you're supposed to have, even though the skies are clearing and you can see the moon and stars, the wind's supposed to pick up here at some point and, as I say, hold the water back. So anybody working around low grade there, close to water level, affected by the tide water coming in or whatever, you can have some deep water there at some point. And as the rain passed through yesterday, we ended up somewhere in the neighborhood of about 2 inches. Most everybody in the central Maryland, northern Maryland, eastern shore got somewhere between 1.5 to 2 inches of rain. And they still say we're at a deficit for the month and a deficit for the year, but I don't know. That'll all go back to 0 January 1st, so I guess we won't worry about that.
There you go.
And it's amazing how you can be 8, 10, 12 inches shy December 31st and January 1st, you're right back at 0. But But anyways, we're just trucking along here. We're actually we were up earlier there by Truckin' Phil's country there. We were running around, Marcus Hook, Trainer, where else we go? Chester, Westchester, and ended up to Exton, Malvern, Great Valley. I'll throw some names out there for them, but we came back down through Wilmington and got down through this way. So anyways, we're back into Delaware now. Going to see if we can find another load at another refinery and head down southern Maryland. So other than that, we're about ready to do that. So we'll let you go with that and maybe check back in the loneliest hour and see what those other two kind of troublemakers can have for you there. What kind of things they can do to you on a casual Friday.
There you go. Happy Halloween. Watch out for the ghosts and the goblins, right? All right, it's that time once again. We welcome the prognosticator of prognosticators. He may not know everything, but he knows his football. And the analyst. Hello, gentlemen.
Good morning.
How you doing tonight? This morning, I guess.
Here we go. Yep. Ready or not, Friday.
What's the matter with Captain Ron? He had one too many colonoscopies.
I guess. But even on Monday, he said he did chime in on Facebook, but he didn't call in. He said he had the creepy crud. And he said it wasn't COVID, wasn't the flu. I don't know, some sort of a respiratory thing going. So he wasn't feeling good this week.
Yeah, my son had got some kind of respiratory crap, and they said it wasn't COVID. So
yeah,
just I don't know. It could be just allergies. So anyway, I'm not a doctor. I know that.
But you know your football. So what do you say, guys? Got a big weekend here. What's our prime time games? What are we looking at?
Go ahead, Grump.
I think the prime time you're going to have. The best games I think is going to be Vanderbilt in Texas, Oklahoma, Tennessee. We got some. Miami SMU is going to be a good game. Cincinnati, Utah is going to be a good game. We got quite a few good games going on. Georgia and Florida, I think, is going to be a damn good game.
Yeah, I think too Tuesday they come out with the playoff rankings, don't they?
I think they do. Is that? Yeah, this Tuesday. I think it is.
So then we're gonna have a clearer picture of who probably gonna get in if they win out. But then as usual, that could change.
Well, we got starting off tomorrow. Tonight we got 6:00 tonight. We got Memphis and Rice. Memphis, I think, is going to handle Rice. Pretty good. That's they're 7-1. But Rice is another one of them teams you never know who in the hell is going to show up. They've surprised a couple of teams here, but I think Memphis can handle them pretty good. So I'm going with Memphis on that one.
I'm right there with you.
Right.
I got Memphis there, Mark.
Then we got Vanderbilt in Texas. I'm going with Vandy. I know Texas is favored, and Arch Manning's going to wear out Vanderbilt's defense on their backs. But I think Vanderbilt can pull it off there.
Mm-hmm.
They just have a tendency of working that last quarter.
Playing? Or is he still out?
I think he's playing. I think he was on the roster when I looked at it.
I'm with you on that one too. I'm going to Vanderbilt.
Okay.
Even though I think the game for Texas, I think Vanderbilt's got what it takes to shut them down.
Yep. And then we got Big Ten game. We got Penn State and Ohio State. I'm going with Ohio, of course, but I think Penn State ain't dead. I think they're gonna, they're 3-4, but I think they, it's going to be, kind of see how this coach works and and how they change their game plan and stuff. I think, Penn State was favored all the way around, and Ed was right on the picks and stuff. And when I was looking through some of that, I mean, it was just, sent through some of the analysts and people, Penn State had the team to do it. I don't know what the hell happened to them to get to where they are, but other than, I don't know.
So a lot of times, Ed talks about trap games. Would this be considered that, or not necessarily because they're?
No, I don't. No, because Penn State's decimated. But their quarterback got hurt. Their defense is having a hell of a time, or excuse language, heck of a time dealing with Jim Knowles' defensive schemes. Now, unless Ohio State just goes in and lays down, this shouldn't be a trap game.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got Ohio State. I'm sure Ed did too.
Yeah, I've got Ohio State.
Now, this other game here, Navy and North Texas, I had them on one of my picks here, and Navy, their next 4 games is going to be hell on them. Well, this one here, I mean, they got North Texas. That's going to be a tough game for them. North Texas is 7-1. They're 7-0, but North Texas hasn't really played a tough team. A real tough team. Navy, they've been doing some damn outstanding football. So next, they're playing Notre Dame next, and then South Florida, and then they got Memphis coming up on their schedule. And I think they're going to have their hands full of that. But I'm going with Navy on this. I went back and forth who in the hell I thought was going to win that, and I thought, so I kind of go with Navy on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm like you. I just kept looking at it. I had my name down for Navy, but I'm going to give North Texas my respect this weekend. And I'm going with North Texas.
All righty. Then another Big 12 game here. We got Texas Tech and Kansas State. Texas Tech 7-1. I'm going with Texas Tech on this. I just think Kansas State just hasn't. They're 4-4, and we're trying to keep these teams that are, that could have a sleeper, team like Kansas State. They're. It's not that they're dead. They've gotten their own way this year, and you never really know how that goes. But 7-1, I'm going with Texas Tech on this.
And I'm right there with you on that one. I just don't think there's any way K-State can beat them.
No.
All right, go ahead.
Then we got Oklahoma and Tennessee. Now that's going to be a good game. 6-2. I'm going with Tennessee on this. They're favored to win. I think Tennessee is just, they've just played some good ball. They've had some near misses, things like that. But I think they're going to pull this one off.
We're going to separate there, Grump. I ain't ready to give up on Oklahoma just yet, so got to go with my Boomer Thunders, man.
Where
down in Oklahoma there.
Where are they playing at? Who's got the home advantage?
They're playing Tennessee.
They're in Tennessee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but the prediction is 56% for Tennessee and 44% for OU, but that's too narrow of a gap there, and I think OU's got what it takes to shut down Tennessee.
So they, if you look at all, there's 16 analysts that was looking at that game or something on between ESPN and Fox Sports and a couple others. I think they had it at even money at one time. So, I don't think it's going to be an easy game for either team. So, then we got South Carolina, Ole Miss. Ole Miss, of course, they're playing good ball, 7-1. South Carolina's not. But you never know, like we said throughout, the season here, that you don't know who in the hell's going to show up. South Carolina could show up, and they're playing at Ole Miss. But the fact that Ole Miss is 7-1, and still looking for a spot, that's why I got these guys on here, and we'll see what happens. But I went with Ole Miss on this one.
I'm on the same page as you, Grump. I've got Ole Miss down until they. Yeah, they're in the hunt for the playoff, and Lane Kiffin's got them guys dialed in. So,
yep. Then we got that Big 12 game, that Cincinnati and Utah. And Steve, I love you, brother, but I had to go with Utah on this, man. I said, I think Utah, I think they can do this. Cincinnati's playing outstanding ball, but they're playing in Utah, and that when I looked at that BYU and Utah game again, I was like, Utah didn't give BYU anything. BYU earned every dang play, and that's one reason why I went with Utah on this. And Cincinnati still, set up play BYU. We'll see how that goes. But, I'm going with Utah.
Well, Steve, and I think they got Utah 78% versus 22. But Steve, so I can get back into your good graces, I thought, I'm going to pick Cincinnati. Maybe Steve will quit backstabbing me.
Freaking teacher's pet.
So Cincinnati knows what's on the table. I'm going Cincinnati on this game.
All right.
Okay. That's going to be it's going to be a late night, gentlemen, because you started, 11 o'clock your time, right? A high noon Eastern. That game doesn't start till like 10:15 Eastern time.
Yeah, and that concerned me, but I like I said, I think Cincinnati will pull it off. I really do.
Yeah, I gotta drive that night anyway, so I'll be listening to it.
There you go.
Then we got Georgia Tech and North Carolina. Rumors are that Belichick's gonna get his walking papers, on his 20. I thought it'd be more than that, but he had a $20 million buyout.
Grump, that's North Carolina State.
Oh, that's North Carolina. Okay, what have I got here? Okay, I just got North Carolina. All right, I'm sorry. Where the hell's North Carolina State? Nope, it didn't. Anyway, North Carolina 4-4, and Georgia Tech 8-0. Georgia Tech playing some good ball. I went with Georgia Tech on that, but there again, North Carolina, you never know who the hell's going to show up. They've played. They got the team. I don't know what's going on with North Carolina. I mean, they.
No, Grump. I thought it was North Carolina too, but it's North Carolina State.
Yeah. Okay. That's Let me look at that again because I thought I wrote that down twice.
Because I think North Carolina's playing Duke.
Yeah. Could be.
It is North Carolina.
Well, anyway, I'm going with Georgia Tech.
Georgia Tech?
Yeah, I'm going with Georgia Tech on that one.
Yeah.
Then we got Miami SMU. That'll be a good game. 6-1 on Miami, 5-3. That's on the ACC side. I went with Miami on this. They're, SMU can, they can pull that off. I mean, I think it's fairly even money on that one, isn't it, Ed?
Yep.
So.
Yep, but I then that might be a trap game for Miami. That right there could be a trap game. So, but I am going to Miami as well.
Yeah. Miami, they've just done well all year. I mean, that's that 6-1. They've played some tough damn ball now. So, I just I don't know. I think does Miami have a shot at the championship? I don't think so. I think they're it's just my opinion. Arizona State, Iowa State. Here's another Big 12. Going to be a good game. 5-3 on each of these. They're Iowa State, I think, can pull this one off. So I went with Iowa State on this. But you never know with our Arizona State either. Like we've said, 2 or 3 times, man. It's just that's just up in the air. So
and I think they're playing at Arizona State. So, and that's
is it Arizona State? I thought they were playing in. Yeah, they could be.
No, I think that's a home game.
No, they're playing in Iowa. No,
are they?
They're playing in Iowa State. Yep. Sure.
I'm going to stick with Arizona State on this one.
And then kept Indiana and Maryland on here. Indiana 8-0, Maryland 4-3. Maryland's been a good team. I mean, they've played some damn good ball too. I figured they'd be a little, doing a little better than they are. But Indiana, they're 8-0, and that's one reason why kept them up there. I don't think they're going to have any problem beating Maryland. Well, you never know. I mean, that's just, like I said, it's up in the air anymore with these games. Who in the hell's going to show up, who's getting hurt, and who's not, and things like that. And how they're playing. So I think Indiana's going to win this. Pretty handily, I think. But
yeah, we're on the same page on that game.
Okay.
All right. And then we got Georgia and Florida. Now this is another one that I was kind of torn with. I went back and forth on and just went back over some games and looked at, how close they were and stuff like that. I know Georgia's pulling 6-1 and Florida's 3-4. And, Florida's trying out their new coach, that interim coach, I guess you could call him. But I went with Florida on this. I think they don't have anything to lose other than just come out and play ball. And so I look for it to be kind of a dirty game. They've never gotten, them two teams has never gotten along. So we'll see how it happens. But I think Florida's going to pull this one off.
Grump, you're living dangerously, my friend, but I'm going with Georgia.
Well,
God, how many does that make us separate so far? 5?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think that's 4. 4. Yep.
Nope, 5. Well, let's see here. No, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 5 of them. He picked North Texas over Navy. And then we got
USC, Nebraska.
Yep, USC and Nebraska, Big Ten game. USC's looking at 5-2. Nebraska's 6-2. They're playing in Lincoln. Got to go with Nebraska. They just I don't know, man. They've been selling out some crowds and just they got a lot of momentum right there. So whether they get in the playoffs, that's still up in the air. But I just think Nebraska can handle them.
Well, that'll make a 6-game separate because I'm going with USC. I think USC's got a little more offensive fire punch to Nebraska won't be able to put the fire out. So
they do have a hell of an offense. That's for sure.
Right. And that's why I'm going with them. I mean, the spread ain't that far apart.
No.
I think the USC can go on there and knock them off. Well, good grief, that's 6 games separate.
Yeah, out of 14. So, we'll see. Yeah, that's we'll see what happens here. But, he's been picking some good games, Ed, so they've been so damn close here. I mean, it could have been anything. I mean, like I said, there's 11 games that throughout the season that we picked, separated you and I. It's been a field goal or something there, right there in the last 2 minutes of the game, and so they've really been playing.
But I will sit up late because I'm going to watch that Cincinnati because that's going to tell me Cincinnati pulls this off. The only test they've got left, they should, if Cincinnati wins, they should just win out with the exception they've got BYU. And then paying attention to who's going to get into the playoffs, I don't think they're giving the Big 12 much love myself, but because I know they're acting like 3 or 4 teams from the SEC, and to me that's a bunch of damn baloney because there's at least 2 teams from the Big 12 that should be getting into this playoff. And then the same thing with the Big 10. Because, you're back in that scenario with Ohio State and then Oregon probably getting in. And then you got Indiana. So it's going to be interesting to see who all gets in there.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, we'll know. So it's going to get down to the nitty gritty.
And that was North Carolina State. I did mismark that. I had it on my other paper there as North Carolina State, but on the one.
I'll get with Grump. once they come out with this playoff, should be 12 teams if I ain't mistaken. Then I'll get with Grump and maybe we'll just concentrate on these guys that are got the green light to get into the playoffs.
The potential playoff bound. Okay. Yeah, we got to pause there. But first, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. CNN's Jake Tapper pressed New Mexico Representative Melanie Stansbury on the 30-day government shutdown, pointing out Senate Democrats repeatedly blocked bills to reopen the government.
Let me be clear. The administration is choosing to starve American children with money that they already have appropriated.
I'm not applauding their tactics.
The White House.
Well,
this is a choice by the White House.
This
they are
is also,
choosing to cut
this is also a
food
choice
assistance
by Senate Democrats to not vote to open the government. Yes, it is.
The standoff puts millions of families at risk as SNAP and WIC benefits near exhaustion. A group of Senate Democrats want complete accounting of all donations of the White House ballroom construction project.
The group's being led by Senator Adam Schiff, who wrote a letter to White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles demanding the details as well as information about any conditions underlying those contributions. While the president has defended the project as being privately funded, the Democrat lawmakers warn that the identities of the individual and corporate donors has raised troubling questions about the potential for influence peddling and other forms of corruption. The lawmakers want answers by November 5th. I'm Jim Roop.
Dodgers owner and chairman Mark Walter is officially the majority owner of the Lakers now.
Today, the $10 billion sale of the franchise was unanimously approved by the NBA Board of Governors. The Lakers franchise had been owned by the Buss family since 1979 when it was purchased by Dr. Jerry Buss. Former majority owner Jeannie Buss will remain on board as the governor of the Lakers. She will also continue to oversee day-to-day team operations for the foreseeable future. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 109 points. The S&P 500 lost 68 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 377 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My Financial Fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
San Diego has cleared nearly 200 homeless encampments from state-owned land along freeways since getting access to those earlier this year.
The city says the effort is part of a broader push to reduce sidewalk camping and connect people with shelter and services. Mayor Todd Gloria says the state land access has helped crews move faster, especially in areas that were previously off limits. He added that the work will continue with more cleanups planned as shelter space becomes available. I'm John Fink.
Former Virginia teacher Abigail Zwerner testified that she thought she was dying after being shot by a 6-year-old student in 2023.
I thought I had died. I thought I was either on my way to heaven or in heaven, but then it all got black.
Zwerner is suing former assistant principal Ebony Parker for $40 million, claiming Parker ignored multiple warnings that the boy had a gun. The bullet remains lodged in Zwerner's chest, leaving her with lasting physical and emotional scars. The defense argues she's recovered more than she claims. Zwerner says she's just trying to feel like herself again. The Disneyland Resort in California is laying off 100 employees.
Disney confirmed the pink slips were handed out to workers across multiple teams. The company posted a statement saying it is recalibrating its organization to ensure it continues to deliver exceptional experiences for its guests while positioning Disneyland Resort for the future. Last year, the division that oversees theme parks, cruises, and the Aulani Resort and Spa in Hawaii was responsible for 60% of the company's income. I'm Phil Hewlett.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, a new day underway. Final day of October, rolling in. Halloween. Of course, we'll be turning back the clock over the weekend. Time change. Yeah, that'll be screwing things up for next Monday's morning and evening rush hours. You have the sun glare, as they call it. Everything changes. Meanwhile, so don't forget to turn your clocks back. Fall back. You get an extra hour of sleep. What was that, Saturday night into Sunday morning, right? All right. Now let me get back, finish up with our little college football talk as we roll into the weekend here. Welcome back, gentlemen. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, that is on the 4th, Ed, at Tuesday. And then they got the college football rankings. They're going to be released on Tuesday, November 4th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And then every week every Tuesday after that, they're going to have the final selections of the 12-team playoffs.
Yeah,
will be announced on Sunday, December.
But you know that Florida game with Georgia, I'm looking at that too, and I'm thinking that could be a trap game for Georgia. So you may not be too far off on your analytics on that. But I've got faith in Georgia.
Florida's just had some bad damn luck, man. I mean, they've had some stupid penalties that that's actually advanced other teams and stuff, and that they've played. And if it wasn't for that 3-4 schedule, I mean, I don't know. They went through a hard year this year, but they've also played some decent football. I would think that their schedule, that their rankings would be just a little higher than that, but like I said, it's come down to a couple of times. It's come down to, that last 2 minutes of the game, and they get their own way sometimes. Just so we'll see what happens. But I just think that they, Georgia's going to have their hands full with that team when they go to Florida.
And then the Vanderbilt, Texas. That's a lot of implications there, because one of them is going to be the winner of that game should be in the 12 mix. And then same thing with Cincinnati. If they win, they should be in that 12 mix.
Yep.
But they got to go out there and play hard. I think they can do it, and that's why I picked them. So,
yeah.
Anyway.
And Memphis is in that category also, and but Memphis with their 7-1, but they I don't know that Memphis is going to go much further than Rice. I mean they're playing some good ball and stuff, but I don't know. It's just kind of been one of these seasons where, like from the very beginning, what you said is going to be every whatever team shows up to play is the way it's going to be. So we're going to see what happens on the injuries and things like that.
Same thing with Navy. If they win out, they'll have to play either Memphis or Georgia Tech for the what is it, the what conference are they in?
ACC.
Yeah. So anyway,
and maybe like I said, they got these next 3 games are going to be tough. They're playing Notre Dame. Notre Dame is just they're just
I don't think Navy. Yeah, you're right. I just don't think Navy.
I don't either. Navy. And even Army. They're going up against Army on their last game, and that's Army's. They've been playing some decent ball too. But I think Navy can handle them, but it's just I don't think they're going to win these next 3 games after they of course I picked them for North Texas, so they're going to win that one. A little shot at Ed there, but after that I think they're pretty much done till the final game, because they're playing some tough characters. So we'll see what happens.
All right, Steve, we'll find out Sunday night if I know my football.
That's right. You had a split on, 5 or 6, whatever it was. Yeah, so another divisive weekend between you two.
All righty. Well, looks like I say, I may not know it all, but I know my football. And with that, I'm going to get off here, guys, and we'll talk to you Sunday night.
Thank you, Ed. Have a good week.
All right, buddy. We'll see you later, Ed. And with that, I guess I'll be listening. I'll probably call you in here in a little while if back in. We'll talk a little bit of what's going on in the world here.
A lot of stuff going on, no doubt about it. Yep. So, all right, we'll look forward to that. Thank you, Grump. So there you have. We're locked and loaded. All right, let's take a look at our trick-or-treaters weather for this Halloween. Well, good news for those headed out for Halloween parades or trick-or-treat night across the plains today. The weather generally calm in comparison to what they're going to be dealing with in the Northeast. Well, there are going to be some breezy conditions overnight in the Dakotas and the surrounding north central states. Things are looking dry from Nebraska and on southward through the day here Friday, Halloween. Could see a shower or two dampen locations from North Dakota into the Great Lakes region. Further west, there will be chances for rain and showers in the Pacific Northwest. Yeah, starting Friday as the storm advances onshore there. That may affect cities like Seattle and eventually Portland into the weekend. Winds are expected to pick up along the immediate coastline. A gust above 25 miles per hour not likely to extend too far inland across western Washington and northwest Oregon. Obviously, while most of the Halloween festivities wrap up by the end of the weekend, we all get to cash in on that. Well, most of us get to cash in on the extra hour of sleep as daylight saving time comes to an end. Drier weather is forecast for much of the Northeast for the second half of the weekend. You'll still have that lingering breeze keeping on the chilly side. Meanwhile, there in the southeastern USA, forecasters are monitoring a storm that may be positioned along the Gulf Coast by the latter half of the weekend, which is going to bring potentially waves of rain and even some thunderstorms. Elsewhere, lingering showers and mountain snow tapers off across parts of the Northwest by the end of the Halloween weekend here. So obviously, for those out there on the roadways, you don't have to worry much about the interstates. But when you get off the highway and you're actually out there making those deliveries in areas around the country, especially during the trick-or-treat time, they tell us children are more than twice as likely to be hit by a car today than on any other day of the year, according to the national nonprofit Kids and Car Safety. Every week, more than 110 children, they say, are backed over or run over by a car in a parking lot or a driveway. Over 100 are struck on public roadways. But on Halloween, that risk doubles. Safety advocates urging parents and caregivers take extra precaution supervising those kids closely. Use lights or reflective gear with the costumes. Talking about street safety before they head out to trick-or-treat. Experts recommend children under 12 be directly supervised by a responsible adult. Even the most vigilant drivers can miss seeing a child, as young children oftentimes fall into the blind zones. Young children can't be seen directly in front or behind a vehicle by the driver, even when using your rear and side view mirrors. That blind zone exists in front, on the side, and behind all vehicles where the driver's unable to see a young child. Most drivers don't realize a child might be standing right in front of their vehicle. Still not be visible, though. That front blind zone at a large truck or an SUV can extend up to 15 feet, they say, while the rear blind zone can stretch up to 50 feet. The bigger the vehicle, the larger the danger zone. They've got the list of tips for parents. Make sure the costume is bright or have some reflective material so drivers can see them in the dark. Use flashlights or glow sticks to improve visibility when you're walking near streets or driveways. Hold hands with those younger children. Keep them close, especially when crossing streets or walking near parked cars. Remind your kids never dart out between parked vehicles. Teach your kids to make eye contact with drivers before crossing in front of a car to ensure they see you. Encourage them, obviously, stay on the sidewalks if sidewalks aren't available, to walk facing the traffic. All right. Put away your phone. Responding to a text message is not worth the potential to your child. Make sure kids understand the same rules. Stay alert. Keep your heads up at all times. Double the risk of a child being hit by a vehicle later on this evening. Technically, the sun's in the process of beginning to set when trick-or-treat starts in our area, but it's dark for about the last hour and a half of trick-or-treat there. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, Shorty chimes in this morning. He said, Steve, today, Halloween of 1988, marks my 37th year since I started truck driving. 4.5 million miles of the good, the bad, and the ugly. You and your father have kept me awake for hundreds and hundreds of miles. I don't know if you remember the Tri-State Truck Driving School out of Middletown, Ohio. I went with them at the time. Had 2 weeks of class in Nashville, Tennessee, and then 2 weeks of driving class in Middletown, Ohio. One of our instructors said, if y'all get tired on the roads at night, there's a truckin' radio show with a host they called the Truckin' Bozo. And thus started a lifelong tradition that went with my career. Thank you for all the nights keeping me going. Yeah, I remember. You have truck driving. And that was, did you have the training class where you had, old Earl Pitts American, Pitts off, and my dad doing the training? All right, meanwhile, the enforcement blitz around the country continues. Indiana, I guess we can add to the latest, where the Department of Homeland Security partnered with Indiana State Police for an enforcement operation targeting truck drivers that are operating in the U.S. illegally. This past day, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem announced that an immigration enforcement operation called Operation Midway Blitz was recently conducted in northwest Indiana. Officials say the blitz resulting in the arrest of 223 illegal aliens, including 146 truck drivers. Over 40 of the drivers had been issued commercial driver's licenses. The top states that issued these commercial driver's licenses to the illegals were Illinois, California, and New York. They shared images of those CDLs reportedly seized during the operation. They listed criminal activity associated with the 223 individuals that were arrested, driving under the influence, drug trafficking, theft, burglary, assault, child abuse, domestic battery, prostitution. Operation Midway Blitz, conducted through a partnership with the Indiana State Police, the program allowing Immigration and Customs Enforcement to delegate to state and local law enforcement officers the authority to perform certain immigration enforcement activities under the oversight of ICE. Far too many innocent Americans have been killed by illegal aliens driving semi-trucks and big rigs. And yet, sanctuary states around the country have been issuing illegal aliens commercial driver's license. The Trump administration is ending the chaos, says Noam. Thanks to President Trump, Operation Midway Blitz has already removed over 140 illegal alien truck drivers in Indiana. The brave men and women of ICE and the Indiana State Police working nonstop to get criminal illegals out of our communities and off the roadways. Yeah. Meanwhile, in the state of Illinois, there's a Illinois trucking company owner says that many of these immigrant drivers are victims of exploitation by what he referred to as foreign cheater trucking companies that are breaking laws and putting good American trucking companies out of business. Zach Myborg, owner of Myborg Brothers Trucking in Rockford, Illinois, says that the recent fatal semi-truck crashes involving immigrant drivers points to a deeper issue involving cheater trucking companies hiring the drivers. The real story is that the companies hiring drivers like this are breaking electronic logbook and other federal laws every day, while regulators have been looking the other way. Myborg says the same companies hiring illegal or questionable status drivers are generally the same companies that would resort to erasing e-logs and otherwise breaking safety laws. They're being exploited by companies owned out of Serbia, India, or Pakistan, and they're breaking every law across the board. Meanwhile, American carriers following the law being driven out of business. He said there's over 200 e-log providers, and about half of them are illegal. Yeah, they'll let dispatch call in, wipe the driver's hours clean, and give them a fresh 11 hours driving time. Now, good companies are going out of business because we can't compete with cheaters who are twice as productive. If regulators are going to pass these laws, they have to enforce them. Otherwise, you're just incentivizing people to cheat harder. But these drivers are victims in some ways. Drivers are coming here from countries where $5,000 a year is a fortune. And they're promised $30,000 in the U.S. They send half of it back home, and they feel like kings. The DOT has removed some illegal e-log providers, but there's still more than 100 operating illegally, he says. Yeah, we can't compete against the cheaters. And our government, while imposing many rules, some of them good, looking the other way when enforcement is needed. Letting foreign-owned companies take over the backbone of our economy, transportation, betraying the patriotic Americans who are just trying like hell to get by. And the numbers he points out there, yes, promising to these foreign drivers $30,000 a year. As he said, that sounds like astronomical money to them. When, of course, the cost of living here in the USA, would you be willing to work driving a truck for $30,000 a year? Hell no. Yeah, therein lies the problem, and that's why it's been exploited, and it's been blossoming, growing like wildfire in recent years. But at least it appears the current administration is working to get a handle on it. And when we come back, Eagle checks in here on a Friday, and more on the legislative side. If the goal is to reduce truck crashes, well, ensuring that the drivers are trained well before they ever get a CDL seems like a logical place to start, does it not? Give you more on that from FreightWaves this past day. Meanwhile, TEL gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance warns that airport delays will continue if the government shutdown persists. While speaking outside the White House, he highlighted that vital workers risk missing pay or leaving for other jobs.
I worry about the people who are scanning our bags and making us get through the security line. I worry they're not getting paychecks. They're starting to get worried about how to feed their families and how to pay school tuition and everything else.
Vance has urged Democrats to negotiate, saying Republicans are ready to address their concerns. President Trump says he has reached a one-year agreement with China on critical rare earth minerals and some tariffs.
Trump announced the deal after his meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping in South Korea. The deal would see fentanyl-linked tariffs on China lowered by 10%, cutting tariffs on Chinese exports from 57% to 47%. Trump says Beijing is committed to fighting the flow of fentanyl. He also announced that China will start buying American soybeans again. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Sounds like something Doc Holliday would do. You know, the guy that could very well be the smartest man in the world. The prankster that he is. You got this guy sharing, he's got photographs of his trick-or-treater treats, which I think for most kids would be more of a trick. He says, so once again, ready for Halloween, and I know my neighborhood trick-or-treaters will be so happy when they get home and find a delicious can of sardines, oysters, or squid in their goodie bags. You want to be the hit of your neighborhood? Stock up on these treats for all your Halloween needs. Doc loves sardines, and of course guy can eat dozens of oysters in one setting, raw, no less. You got the cans, sardines in soybean oil, squid in ink sauce, smoked oysters in sriracha chili sauce. I don't know. I remember as a kid, you want candy. It's Halloween, and of course, even when I was a kid, there were still some health-conscious people out there, and I still remember the exact house, the location where for the first time I go up to the door and trick-or-treat, open my bag up, and the woman dropped an apple in my trick-or-treat bag. Now, I was very young. My mom was right there with me, and I think my grandpa may have been there too. Not thinking about being disrespectful. Kids being kids. Kids do the darndest things. I reached in that bag, pulled the apple out, and threw it out in the yard like, what the hell is this? An apple? Oh, my mom about had a fit there. I mean, I guess she or grandpa may have ate the apple, but it busted out in the yard. No, you can't do that. Well, I did. I don't want an apple. All right, if the goal to reduce truck crashes, ensuring drivers are well trained before they get a CDL, logical place to start. Senator Tom Cotton, Representative Andy Barr of Kentucky, expressing that belief in a recent letter to the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, calling out the increasing number of CDL mills across the country. We write to urge the Transportation Department to investigate the growing number of CDL mills, they wrote. CDL mills are standard, substandard training programs offering quick credentials, and recent incidents and reports indicate these mills are prioritizing volume over proper safety and training requirements. A quick Google search will reveal CDL training schools that claim they can get people a license in 24 hours. The lawmakers said that real training is needed to make the highways safe. These CDL mills have exploited loopholes in the FMCSA's entry-level training programs and regulations to churn out minimally trained drivers with little regard to real-world proficiency. These operations offering rush, test-focused courses with little or no hands-on experience, leaving new entrants obviously ill-equipped to handle the real-world demands of interstate trucking. This probe should rigorously assess whether CDL training programs are upholding the entry-level driver training standards, particularly with behind-the-wheel training, pre-trip inspections, on-the-road proficiency. Of course, OOIDA over the years has been very vocal about the need for better driver training. Earlier this month, sending a letter to the House and Senate leaders urging them to beef up driver standards, asking for enhancements in 5 areas, including a new requirement of at least 30 hours of behind-the-wheel training. Amazingly, the current regulations do not mandate any behind-the-wheel training hours. Simply put, far too many people are entering the industry without the basic skills to safely operate a commercial vehicle. Inconsistent, improper licensing process among the states have permitted hundreds of thousands of unqualified drivers to work on our nation's roads, needlessly resulting in numerous fatal crashes. OOIDA's Director of Legislative Affairs crediting Cotton and Barr for taking the lead on this issue. We applaud the lawmakers for focusing on the need for a minimum number of behind-the-wheel training hours. We've been advocating for this improvement to training standards with some minimum level of real-world experience and exposure to new situations. Now, while we encourage the DOT to seriously consider the lawmakers' request, we also hope Congress will consider these improvements as they're writing the next highway bill. Cotton and Barr have also recently introduced the Secure Commercial Driver Licensing Act in both the House and the Senate. That's the legislation that would ensure a CDL's applicant's English proficiency, requiring the tests to be conducted only in English. The bill would allow the Department of Transportation Secretary to suspend or revoke a state's authority to issue non-domiciled CDLs if they are not compliant with federal standards. Under the bill, an individual must possess a driver's license for at least 1 year before being eligible for a CDL to begin with. Senate version is S3013, S3013, led by Senators Tom Cotton, Bill Hagerty, Tommy Tuberville. The House bill, H.R. 5767, sponsored by Andy Barr of Kentucky. For everyone's safety, You must be able to read and understand English road signs while operating a commercial vehicle. Our bill would require commercial drivers to pass the test given in English. All right, moving forward, promised we'd get to Eagle here on a Friday. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, you hear that sound, Steve? You hear that tick, tick, tick talking sound that I hear right now? That's the tick-tock clock that's ticking towards November the 1st. November the 1st, Saturday, November the 1st. That clock is ticking, brother. Now, you know something today, Steve? I saw two videos on the internet that totally appalled me, what I saw. First of all, I'm going to give a piece of advice to people that, before you come to the state of Texas, thinking that you're going to do what this guy said I saw in this video. You come to the wrong state if that's what your plan is. This guy here, it was a man who had the nerve to say, Steve, that he was going to allow people to go into the grocery store and purchase their food, fill up their buggy, fill up their basket full of food, and guess what? When you walk out in the parking lot, he was going to be waiting for you, and he was going to hijack you for your grocery in the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
And take what you had paid for. He had the nerve to make a video saying that he was going to hijack somebody in the parking lot and take their grocery. Well, I got news for that guy. I hope he come down to Texas and try to take my grocery when I walk out of the park, while I walk out of the Walmart on Saturday or Sunday afternoon. I dare him to come down to Texas and take my grocery, and we'll see how it turned out. I guarantee you he'll end up on the 10 o'clock news. Now, the other guy that I heard, the other person that I heard was a female who had the nerve to say this, that she was going to load up her grocery basket and walk and take it up to the front cash register and bag it up. She's going to bag up the grocery and put it in the cart and say to hell she was going to swipe her SNAP card and it was going to show a zero balance because as of November the 1st, and she still was going to walk out of the store with the grocery, and she dared somebody to stop her from walking out because, see, she got kids to take care of, and what the government has, the government has to take care of her kids, not her. The government is responsible for feeding her kids because she's too lazy to get a job. So, like I told you before, those people, they'll get what they deserve. Like I said, I'm not even worried. You've had a couple of callers call in this week and say that they've been first. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it at all because, like I told you before, they come down to Texas and make that move, they'll be making the wrong move. Now, let me tell you about it. Let me get to this other story right quick when it comes to the truck driving issue, what you was just talking about. Okay, now these trucking schools, I went to school a long time ago, and it was over a 4-week period, 3 to 4 weeks, almost 5 weeks before they issued me a CDL. Mm-hmm. And you're talking about these people talking about it one day.
Yeah.
Any school that's issuing CDL, they need to put out of business because see, you don't know how to operate. You know, I used to wonder, Steve, a couple of years ago, you would see a guy in a Swift truck or a Warner or a CRN. You see him in the truck stop, and he couldn't even back into a parking space. It's just like this guy didn't even go to school. I'm like, how the hell did this guy get a license to drive a truck? And it takes him 30 minutes or 45 minutes to back into a parking space. So sometimes you even had to have another driver back the truck in for him because he couldn't back it. I'm like, now who the hell issued this man a commercial license and he can't back up the truck? Well, as we come to see over the last couple of weeks, they didn't get trained on how to drive a vehicle. They were just handed a CDL license and told to hit the road, Jack, and make as much money as you can for this company. And like you even talked about, now they're talking about they even erasing e-logs, showing a man he'd be driving 11 hours, and somehow he ended up they erase those 11 hours, put another 11 on there so he can continue driving, and then they wonder why somebody fall asleep at the steering wheel. So see, these type of companies, these ones up in Chicago, the ones out in California and New York State, all these people need to be put out of business because they're putting American lives at risk when you got men driving their trucks 20 hours a day or more, you cannot operate. You got to get some sleep. You got to get some rest. And for any company to allow a man to operate a truck that long, they need to be put out of business. And they're doing a good job. They had the news conference today and said that they're going to put these people out of business. These schools that are giving out CDLs, all those schools should be put out of business because they're nothing but they're putting American lives in jeopardy, Steve. So they're making big changes over the last couple of weeks. You know, you're talking about Indiana cracking down on all the truck drivers they arrested, illegal drivers, guys riding around with license that say no name available because he's in the country illegal. That's why he ain't got no name on the license, because he ain't supposed to be here to begin with. So they're getting rid of them guys and they're putting them out of business, and they letting Americans have that job. That's all they're doing is taking jobs away from American truck drivers anyway. So like I said, the sooner they get rid of all of them, the better, and the more Americans that'll be behind the wheel. And then it'll be like it was when I started driving, Steve, where you can actually be proud to be a truck driver. Because I hate to say this, I'm not proud to be a truck driver right now because people put me in the same category as these individuals that you just seen in California that just killed 8 people. They think that all truck drivers operate their trucks in the same manner, and I don't do that. So as soon as they get them guys off the road, the better. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Thanks for checking in. Have a good Friday and a good weekend. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, coming up, the latest on the government shutdown. Whereas, indeed, the pressure on the Democrats is growing stronger with each passing day. You've even got all the major airlines now pretty much coming right out and saying, pass the clean continuing resolution. And they've had 13 opportunities. Now, they're not saying, no, stand your ground. Hold out for Affordable Care Act changes. No, they're saying pass the clean continuing resolution. Come on. We'll give you more on that coming up here. First, see what's going on with Knucklebuster on a Friday.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Yes, sir. It is definitely the greatest day of the week because I'm on my way back to Memphis. Call it a week there, right? You'll be you'll be calling a week at 0500, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
All right. Well, that sounds like a good deal. Well, we don't have anybody to blame but ourselves. They're the ones that are making all these dumb rules. Them immigrants, they're just doing what we used to do back in the day, Steve. You know, come in, wipe the slate clean, and take all running another 70. How many logbooks you got in that truck? Well, just one or two, maybe. I don't know. But ain't make sure you hand the right one out the window, right? So, I wouldn't, if I'm them people down there in Texas, they do something, I wouldn't worry about Eagle because, first off, they'll be locking him up for premeditated whatever he does, right? Because he's done run his mouth that I'm going to do something. That makes it premeditated murder or premeditated manslaughter, right? Well, don't answer that question. How's your week been?
We've had a pretty good week. Everything's been running smooth.
All right. Well, that's good. Steve, you know that relationships are a lot like algebra. Have you ever looked at your ex and wondered why?
Why? What?
Well, enough of What's the longest word in the English language, Stephen?
Anti-disestablishmentarianism.
That's close, but actually it's smiles. There's a mile in between the first and the last letter. So,
there you go.
Yeah, you can tell that Mama Knucklebuster. She'll get a good laugh. Well, not Mama Knucklebuster, Mama Summers.
Yes.
Boy, I'm really messing up this morning. Steve, I tripped over a box of Kleenexes the other night, and I thought I'd really hurt myself. Turns out it was just tissue damage.
Whoops.
All right, man, that's all my bull on it for this go-around there, too. I'm trucking hard for the yard there, trying to get it over with there. Might turn around and head back to Texas over the weekend. So
no, I was gonna ask. So you're not gonna do a 3-day weekend? Like you had a couple 3-day weekends as
oh no, I'd be going back in my pickup. I wouldn't be going back in this truck.
Oh.
I told you I've been trying to build a relationship with this little baby doll down here in Texas, though. And she is definitely one fine-looking baby doll, too. See? Well, she's only 2 years older than my daughters. And you know what my daughter said?
What's that?
What the hell? Have you lost your mind?
Yeah, you said yep.
Yep, absolutely. But age is only a number, right, Stephen?
That's what I've always heard. Yes, indeed.
Yep. What do you call a cow with a twitch?
A cow with a twitch. I don't know. What is it?
Beef jerky. All right. Have a good morning, Steve.
All right. Beef jerky, twitchy cow. Twitchy cow. All right. As I mentioned, the pressure's mounting. To end this government shutdown, the latest voices pleading with Congress reopen and fund the government are the major airlines. This past day, CNBC reported Delta Airlines, American Airlines, United Airlines, all calling on Congress to do that. Concerns over air traffic controllers who aren't being paid. Tuesday of this week saw controllers miss their first full paycheck since the shutdown began. Delta, in a statement this past day, says, quote, missed paychecks only increase the stress on these essential workers, many of whom are already working mandatory overtime to keep our skies safe and secure. Also, Thursday, Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, hosted lobby group Airlines for America, whose members include Delta, American, and United, as well as others. They said in a statement about the shutdown's timing, we're expecting a record holiday travel season. However, if the shutdown continues much longer, Americans are going to have to pack their patience and be prepared for more delays. American Airlines added in their own statement, a prolonged shutdown will lead to more delays and cancellations, and the American people, especially during the busy holiday season, deserve better. Yes, CNBC says air traffic controllers are essential employees required to keep working through shutdowns. Yeah, they're trying to keep things going. Let's see. Kelly says the airlines have a simple solution for Congress. Pass a clean continuing resolution. Today, I'm making mine. It's time to pass a clean continuing resolution. End this shutdown today. No half measures, no gamesmanship. Put every federal worker back on the job with back pay today. That's not going to happen today. It's not going to happen until Monday, and we don't know when it will happen.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The state of New Mexico is moving to provide $30 million in emergency food aid beginning Saturday as federal SNAP benefits are suspended amid the ongoing government shutdown. New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham said the state funding will assist roughly 460,000 residents covering the first 10 days of November.
How exactly we do what between now and the 10 days, the legislature will guide the decisions of the executive.
The governor said she could call a special legislative session if the halt in benefits extends beyond 10 days. President Trump is ordering the Department of War to resume testing of nuclear weapons. On a Truth Social post, Trump said that due to testing programs of other countries, he's instructed the department to act on an equal basis. He was pressed on about that by reporters aboard Air Force One.
We have more nuclear weapons than anybody. We don't do testing. We've halted it many years ago. But with others doing testing, I think it's appropriate that we do also.
In the post, Trump specifically cited the nuclear programs of Russia and China. The last time the U.S. tested a nuclear weapon was 1992. Federal and local authorities in Indiana have arrested 223 illegal aliens, including 146 truck drivers, in a crackdown on unsafe foreign drivers. That's according to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem.
If you are here driving on our streets illegally and our highways, you are endangering our citizens and your days are numbered.
Many held commercial licenses from sanctuary states. The arrests are part of Operation Midway Blitz, aimed at protecting Americans from drivers with criminal histories, including driving under the influence, assault, and drug offenses. Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 109 points, the S&P 500 lost 68 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 377 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Buckingham Palace says Prince Andrew has been stripped of his royal title and will now be known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. The move, approved by King Charles, comes amid ongoing fallout from past scandals involving the king's brother. A 7-year-old boy was found dead in a freezer in Los Angeles County. Now his mother, father, and grandmother have been placed under arrest.
Deputies from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department were called to an apartment on Tuesday night for a welfare check. Deputies pronounced the 7-year-old dead at the scene. 3 other children were also at the residence. A 16-year-old, a 13-year-old, and a baby were taken into protective custody. The mother, 25-year-old Destiny Harrison, was arrested on suspicion of murder. The father and the grandmother were also arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to commit murder. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Some McDonald's customers paying in cash will have to pay a little more or less for their meal since pennies are no longer in production.
The federal government stopped making new 1-cent coins this year because it costs more than 1 cent to make one. Now, some areas are seeing penny shortages, and McDonald's is responding with a plan to round up or down to the nearest nickel. I'm Monica Nelson.
A Detroit police officer went viral after appearing in virtual court without pants, shocking Judge Sean Perkins.
Officer Jackson, badge number 3919, out of the 12th precinct.
You got some pants on, officer?
Officer Matthew Jackson quickly fixed his camera to show only his waist up. The Detroit Police Department reminded officers to dress appropriately for virtual court appearances. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Another hour. Here we go. As we work our way into a Friday from time zone to time zone. We cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain time zone. 31st day of October. Yeah, happy Halloween. Well, I guess there's an answer to the question. I see Captain Ron sent me an email about an hour ago. He said, well, the crud I have turned out to be pneumonia. Yeah, I thought I was getting better yesterday. Then it seems to be getting worse. All right, Semper Fi shout out to Knucklebuster and the Donut Man. Go Blue. All right, that ain't no fun. That explains it. Pneumonia. Yeah, get well soon there, Captain Ron. Good golly. It's been one thing after another. All right, Plowboy gets us underway here to hour number 3. What's happening?
Well, good morning, Steve. Well, happy early Halloween. That's about all I'll have on that field part of it. Not too much. Steve, I thought I was a bad little boy when I was growing up. I had a similar thing happen to me.
Oh, yeah? With the apple?
Only thing. Yes, sir. Yeah, he nailed it. Handed an apple anyway. Needless to say, I got a butt whipping for what I asked.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
What'd you do with your apple?
And guess what I asked? Oh, I kept the damn thing.
Yeah.
But I asked, is that thing not supposed to be brown? Meaning I want caramel on my damn apple.
Ah, you want a candy apple.
Damn right.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, all that. Yeah. And you had somebody give you a bag of celery and 2 carrots. I looked at her and I said, I'm not a damn rabbit. That got my butt beat. So, yeah, I was not the
How about the
charming child.
How about the health-conscious individual that hands out a toothbrush and a sample version of toothpaste for you?
Damn. Steve, you walk back 10 foot or further, go to your nearest grocery store, and nowadays, I guess you pull $6 out of your pocket or more.
Yeah.
Go egg the damn house. I'm not describing violence nationwide. Please, dear God, don't blame it on Plowboy or Steve Summers. I just said that. But, no, I mean, yeah, that might be a little bit of a critical situation for Pappy to delve into. Yeah, I guess we're conspiratorialists or conspiring, whatever. But, Steve, after we hung up last night, I'm surprised you didn't hear the biggest cuss words I've ever said in my life. I forget the name of the young lady that you presented right behind my story.
Mm-hmm.
The one I think you said was in charge of Waymo.
Yes. Will society be willing to accept fatalities with the autonomous vehicles? And she believes we will. Yes.
Okay. Dear friend, brother, I got a question for you. Remember, did we not have an FMCSA director? I think her name was Annette Sandberg. She was to the point, 0 accident, 0 death,
fatalities.
Period in the story.
Yeah.
I wish to hell some people like them and the people like Net Zero and all these from the Ralph Nader generation on down would come back and just callywop that knucklehead upside the damn head and say, well, hey, wake up, stupid. Well, we've been fighting for it. Now you're all of a sudden you're going to wrap your arms around it, or you're forcing the American people to wrap their arms around it. Steve, I'm sorry. Not no, but hell no. Like my comment has been before. I'd hate to be the trooper, the Pappy, or local Steven, to roll up to somebody's house and say, hey, your family member was just killed. Well, who killed them?
An autonomous vehicle.
With no driver in the vehicle.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I go off the wall when I say that. But, Steve, you were also, when you came on, you were talking about the Amazon. I think it was Amazon and whatever, putting all their eggs in one big basket. with this internet services. Am I mischaracterizing something? You were talking about somebody being down last night, or like 10 days in a row, or second time in 10 days.
Right. And it was Amazon like 10 days ago. Remember when half the internet was down? It was Microsoft.
Okay.
Microsoft, 24 hours ago that was down.
Well, the reason why I'm asking this is because right now we're in the middle of a developing story as we are talking, Steve. I don't know how much you're following Ford Authority or anything like that, but we are literally we're getting crippled over one major fire up in Oswego, New York, and it's just not with Ford. The Ford pickups are basically we're on a layoff up here. Our truck F-150 side, we're down, or at least 2 weeks at least, because of aluminum we can't get. And not only here, I think Michigan, northern Indiana, Kentucky, the Louisville plant, and because we depend upon one damn plant. And then come to find out, whoever that is, a co-owner or owner of Dodge, is under the same thing because we buy our same metal from the same
supplier
place.
Yeah.
Instead of having other outworks. But we're not the only thing going on. Have you seen a chip crisis going on again already?
I've heard some discussion that it may be coming back. Yeah, so that's when we have thousands of vehicles that come off the assembly line but can't be sold because they need chips.
Correct. And here's a pissing match, I think, sir, is between the Netherlands and China. And it's, from what I've seen, I think it's going to strike either Honda. It's going to be Honda. And they're talking about crippling some of the Honda plants over it. Why are all of a sudden we going back almost to pre-COVID time or COVID era? Mm-hmm. All over things that we should have been exiting all in one basket should not be done anymore in the big, what would you say, Fortune 500 companies. They should have already figured this one out. I mean, it's very, very scary, but I don't know. But no, that's just something else. Other than that, well, everybody stay safe and have a good one.
All right. Happy Halloween. Yes, as far as the aluminum's concerned, he brought up there Ford, production of popular models like the F-150, the Expedition, the all-electric F-150 Lightning have either been paused or reduced. Ford working to minimize disruptions with plans to ramp up production to make up for the shortfall in the coming year. Jeep production of some of the SUV plants have also been halted due to the aluminum shortage. For the European automakers, brands like Mercedes, Porsche, BMW are seeking alternative suppliers after the shutdown of a major European mill. Porsche anticipates cutting their production by up to 10,000 vehicles, potentially impacting their bottom line. Now, here on our side of the pond, the supplier fire. A fire at the Novelis plant in the United States has disrupted the supply of aluminum sheet metal, which is used by many major automakers. And then you've got geopolitical factors. The shortage occurs alongside other supply chain issues, including a shortage of semiconductors and trade disputes. So, production halts for companies, Ford, Jeep, affecting numerous vehicles. And on the autonomous side, had an update on that this morning because it was the CEO of, was it Waymo, the one that said she believes the public will accept the fact that autonomous vehicles are not going to be perfect and fatalities will occur, but it'll be fewer fatalities than we have with the human error behind the wheel. Well, a recent U-turn in California is drawing attention to a loophole in state law that's going to close soon. San Bruno, California. Police on a DUI enforcement blitz spotted a vehicle making a U-turn where a no U-turn sign was posted. Officers pulled over the car only to discover there was no drunk driver. There was actually no one behind the wheel. Officers realized at that point their hands were pretty much tied. California law requires fines to be given only to human drivers. There's the loophole. A new state law addresses the loophole in traffic enforcement. The rule change allows law enforcement to issue citations when an autonomous vehicle commits an infraction. The new rule is touted to set clear guidelines for the autonomous vehicle companies. Assembly member Phil Ting said the rule change is a direct response to various incidents. Incidents including disrupting traffic, rolling over, dragging a pedestrian, impeding fire trucks, driving into crime scenes. Before autonomous vehicles get too commonplace, we need to get ahead of the game and ensure safety for all the streets, he says. The new law creates a notification process. Law enforcement will have the ability to cite vehicles via a notice of noncompliance. A notice will be sent to the autonomous vehicle company. The company must then report the notice to the DMV within 72 hours. Advocates say this is going to benefit the autonomous industry and road safety. Notifications to autonomous companies will serve as an alarm that lets them know something needs to be corrected. Now, the rule change also standardizes communication and interaction with emergency crews. A dedicated phone line to autonomous vehicle companies for first responders will be required. Two-way interior and exterior communication systems will enable nearby first responders to communicate with dispatch operators for the driverless vehicle companies. In other words, where an officer or a first responder could actually communicate with someone on the other end of the autonomous vehicle in live time. Now, an exception from the two-way communication system rule is made for certain autonomous commercial vehicles. Trucks with gross vehicle weight exceeding 10,000 pounds are exempt for whatever reason. Supporters say they're hopeful that this will serve as a model for other states around the country to address the safety issue. This new law in California will take effect July 1 of next year, they tell us.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, plenty of other industry headlines we'll get to as we roll on into a Friday. This is the final day of October. As Eagle mentioned, that tick-tock, the clock is ticking. SNAP benefits. I don't even know how it works. Is it like a direct deposit that automatically goes out the first of the month or second, third? Is it going to be noticeable at the midnight hour there come Saturday morning? Either way, social media, Instagram, Twitter, everybody else abuzz with complaints about the shutdown cutting SNAP benefits. They're saying children are going to be going hungry. Of course, the liberals blaming Republicans, claiming Republicans don't care if you starve to death. Of course, they omit the fact that the shutdown is continuing because they refuse to cut funding for illegal aliens. Now, how about the rest of the story, as they say? As for children going hungry, only about 4% of American households face what they call food insecurity, which is not the same as hunger. Those households already qualify for federal assistance programs. In reality, there's almost yet no true hunger per se in the U.S. If Democrats are truly concerned about these people, they shouldn't have allowed the government to shut down to begin with. Now, moving from logic to the actual data. If you listen to the liberal media, they claim 89.4% of SNAP recipients are U.S.-born citizens. Less than 11% they tell you are foreign-born, including 6.2% naturalized citizens, 1.1% refugees, and 3.3% other non-citizens like lawful permanent residents. Therefore, they say Republicans are wrong to argue that benefits are going to illegals. Now, with statistics, of course, you have to ask the right questions to get the right answer. The issue is not just individual recipients. It's called households. Illegal alien parents can and do use their U.S.-born children to qualify for benefits, and the numbers are staggering. More than half of all illegal immigrant households have at least one U.S.-born child, which means they can receive aid through them. Nearly 2.7 million households have at least one illegal head and one child. More than 5.3 million U.S.-born children of illegal aliens hold Social Security numbers. Total estimated costs to the taxpayer providing SNAP benefits to the children of illegal aliens is almost $5.8 billion. According to the Center for Immigration Studies, data from the 2022 survey of income and program participation indicates 54% of households headed by immigrants including naturalized citizens, legal residents, and illegal immigrants, use one or more major welfare program. By comparison, 39% of U.S.-born households receive those benefits. Among non-citizens, the rate rises to 59%. And for illegal immigrants, an estimated 59% use at least one welfare program. The American Enterprise Institute further reports 59.4% of illegal immigrant households receive welfare benefits compared to the U.S.-born illegal-headed households use every major program at statistically higher rates, except for SSI, TANF, and housing. At the start of 2023, the net cost of illegal immigration to the United States at the federal, state, and local levels was an estimated $150.7 billion. Federation for Immigration Reform reported that federal expenditures on illegal aliens alone totaled nearly $66.5 billion, including more than $23 billion in medical expenses, $11.6 billion in welfare benefits like food stamps, child nutrition, supplemental security income. An example of how disastrous federal, state, and local policies can converge into the perfect storm of benefits for migrants and illegal aliens is, of course, New York City. The city that soon may be run by the Democrat socialist Mamdani, leading in the polls. In 2021, Biden's American Rescue Plan provided states with $350 billion in flexible federal funds, which some states used to give unemployment payments to illegal immigrants. New York created a $2.1 billion program for illegal immigrants, paying benefits to 290,000 people who received the equivalent of $3,000 per week. This compensation was intended for those who lost their jobs during the pandemic, even though they were working illegally without a work permit. Through September 30th of this year, 2025, New York City recorded migrant-related expenditures of $1.47 billion in fiscal year 23, $3.75 billion fiscal year 2024, $3.02 billion fiscal year 2025. $498.7 million rather than billion projected for fiscal year 26. Over a 6-month period, the city distributed credit cards to more than 7,300 migrants at a total cost of $2.6 million.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance warns that airport delays will continue if the government shutdown persists. While speaking outside the White House, he highlighted that vital workers risk missing pay or leaving for other jobs.
I worry about the people who are scanning our bags and making us get through the security line. I worry they're not getting paychecks. They're starting to get worried about how to feed their families and how to pay school tuition and everything else.
Vance has urged Democrats to negotiate, saying Republicans are ready to address their concerns. President Trump says he has reached a 1-year agreement with China on critical rare earth minerals and some tariffs.
Trump announced the deal after his meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping in South Korea. The deal would see fentanyl-linked tariffs on China lowered by 10%, cutting tariffs on Chinese exports from 57% to 47%. Trump says Beijing is committed to fighting the flow of fentanyl. He also announced that China will start buying American soybeans again. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hey, rolling into a brand new day. Casual Friday. Yeah, I don't know about one day closer to the greatest day of the week. What's happening, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? Yeah, man. I think of this. I mean, dude, I've been there. The Plowboy's talking about knocking on somebody's door, telling their loved one's been killed in a crash.
Yeah.
So, Steve, usually somebody is either negligent or reckless. If there's been a fatal car crash, fatality, and usually the driver, right? So who do you arrest in this case? Who's going to be held responsible? CEO of the company? One of the engineers? I mean, yeah, I don't know about all this. I mean, who knows down the road, 10, 20, 30 years? I don't know. I'd say it's probably coming. I remember when I was a kid, I thought we was all going to be flying around with them flight backpacks. Remember them things?
Mm-hmm. Jetpacks.
Yeah, that never came. Jetpacks, yes, sir. Yeah, I thought, that would be the way of the future. Everybody was talking about it, but never came about. All right, Steve, we got to talk about this auto pen. Steve, I saw several clips of Republicans giving press conferences and or talking to committees, Jim Jordan, the House Speaker, a couple others. Steve, what they are saying and what they have turned over to the DOJ also is mind-boggling. Did you hear about this committee? That there was a committee that held little meetings and this committee would decide who gets a pardon or not.
Mm-hmm.
And this committee would decide which executive orders get signed or not. You see, it's like they did a coup on their own president, and this committee's acting president, not the big guy. And they knew it, they could do it, because the big guy is not mentally there, man. He's checked out. That's why they covered it up. Think of that, Steve, that these people were literally running, and they said it was Biden staffers. Joe Biden was in some of these committees.
Mm-hmm.
Barack, the anointed one.
Really? Well,
was in this committee.
I mean, we say for four years we knew Joe wasn't running the show. The question over and it was, who's pulling the strings? Who's holding the puppet strings?
Well, apparently they found out who's pulling the strings. Unbelievable. So they forward this total investigation over to the DOJ. They are calling for every one of the auto pins that was used to pardon be null and void.
Mm-hmm.
How many? There was over, 3,000, Steve? Over 3,500 or 3,000 pardons. Do you know how many they found with an actual signature on it?
None? Two. Oh, okay.
Two.
Hunter was one.
And Hunter was part of these meetings when it came to pardons and stuff. And Steve, I told you 3 or 4 months ago when this all came to light that whistleblowers are coming forward. They don't want to go to jail. They are blowing the whistle. A referee whistle. What do they call them? Fox 40s are pretty loud.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we carry when we're out there directing traffic. Fox 40 whistles. Yes, sir. Pardon for this guy going once, twice, and the bid is $30,000 sold. You get your pardon. These people were shaking people down for pardons. And guess whose pardon was signed with the auto pen? America's doctor, Dr. Evil.
Fauci. How about Schiff? Adam Schiff?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Steve, I wish they would have said. They did not say which two were signed, but I mean, look at all of them, Steve.
Because they had the
whole January 6th.
That's what I was going to say. Wasn't it the whole committee for because they knew something was wrong there.
See, why do you got to give a whole committee pardons? Think of this, man. Seriously. And even the mainstream really wasn't trying to hide that. Because they knew what they were doing was criminal. It just blows my mind. All executive orders also. Presidents cannot give the authorization for somebody else to sign an executive order. You know what I'm saying? I think there's one circumstance where they said it can be done, and that's if the president, for whatever reason, is unable to do so. Maybe a medical situation or something, right? I don't know. Broke his hand, whatever, can't sign something. I mean, Trump can turn over any executive order that he wants. That's the problem with executive orders. Is any president, next president gets elected, can come in and just ixnay that with a stroke of a pen. But these pardons are the big ones. And they're calling, they want these people brought in, put under oath. I guess you gotta sit back and think, where's the priority here? You know, who do we want to go after? What's the priority of order here? What needs to be done immediately to save this country? Well, Steve, I'm telling you right now, they need to go after Fauci. What was perpetrated on this country, matter of fact, on the whole planet. You think the extermination of Jews was the most evilest thing done on this planet? It's some crazy stuff. They need to go after these perpetrators here, man. Just think if we didn't have the Nuremberg trials and all these Nazis that march these human beings into these gas chambers. Just forget about it. Just go on with your lives. 3 million people just gassed. Steve, the numbers that are coming out. Joe Rogan had a couple people on his podcast. Carson Tucker. Steve, some of these numbers are just mind-boggling, man. You know what these vaccines are capable of doing. All right, bud. That's all I got, man. Really, I'm telling you, when I heard that, they were just flat out saying this country was not being run by the president.
Yes, this
is a total overthrow of the executive branch, man. And they were talking too. I saw somebody, who the heck was talking about this? It was about when Nancy Pelosi, I don't know if you've seen an interview with somebody else, but he was saying he was in the room with Nancy Pelosi. Well, believe it or not, Steve, actually Nancy wanted to say a prayer that Joe Biden would step down and not run again so they could put Kamala Harris in there. And then he went on to say that the anointed one, old Brock, gave Nancy a phone call, and he wasn't happy. He was throwing out F-bombs to Nancy, who they wanted to put in there. He was like, are you crazy? Blank crazy, right. Of all people, This is who you want to stick in there. She's going around talking about she might try to run again. I guess she's doing her little book tour. I don't know who they got, Steve. I don't know who they are going to. I mean, we're a couple years away now, right? So anything can happen. Galvin, I don't think he has a chance in hell. He's just too whacked out. Nancy's nephew. Who, AC? AOC, rather? Kamala again? Come on. Steve.
Right.
I think they know they're in trouble, man. That's how they're trying to literally destroy this country big time. But, all right, bud, I appreciate you taking the call. We'll see how the weekend goes, man. We'll see what happens come Saturday. I'm sure there's going to be some disturbances. I'm sure there's going to be people raiding a few grocery stores. Probably it'll be contained to like Chicago, California, places like that. I don't think the majority of the people, especially if you live out in the suburbs or whatever, are going to have any issues. But I think Steve, we've seen it before. I mean, you talked about it last night. How many times have we seen gangs of people, hundreds of them, smashing doors, driving a car through the doors, and then everybody just goes in and comes out with whatever their little heart desires.
And
TVs.
And if a couple of nut jobs get something started, like I said, then there'll be, I mean, tons of people that aren't even dependent on SNAP, don't even get SNAP, will just take advantage and try to get something for nothing.
Sir. Join right in on the phone.
Yep. Time to do some early Christmas shopping. Everything's free today, right?
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, this is the anniversary. Way back 1938 was the year. The Halloween episode of the radio show The Mercury Theater on the Air. Indeed, the one that adapted H.G. Wells' novel into a series of simulated news bulletins. Yes, War of the Worlds on the CBS radio network. A series of breaking news bulletins interrupting a live orchestra detailing the Martian invasion. Of course, the director, narrator, Orson Welles and his team trying to create a realistic drama to show how gullible people can be when they listen to the radio. Has that really changed? Has it? Of course, some listeners who had maybe tuned in late missed the initial, because they did run a disclaimer at the very beginning. Supposedly, a lot of people became genuinely frightened. They thought the world was coming to an end, fled their homes, contacted authorities. The alien invasion was occurring. That broadcast, though, cemented Orson Welles' reputation as a master storyteller. But it also kind of sparked a debate about media ethics, the power of broadcast news. Now, they do say while a panic did occur, many historians now believe that some of the contemporary news reports about the scale of the panic were kind of exaggerated so they could sell newspapers. Huh. Okay. Well, it's a casual Friday. Are we one day closer to the greatest day of the week?
Yes, it is, Steve. This is the Captain Ron impersonator. Yeah, just remember, everybody, today is one day closer to Monday, the greatest day of the week. And you know what, Steve? You know what the biggest problem with being retired is?
I have no idea, because I hadn't retired yet. No, what do I get to look forward to?
The biggest problem with being retired is you never get a day off. Think about it.
Do you pay attention to what day of the week it is when you're retired? Do you even care if it's a Monday or a Sunday or a Friday?
I have no idea. I haven't reached that point myself. Now, I plan on doing it before 20 years is up. Well, that's all I got for now, Steve. I'm trying to get old Charlie sobered up. He's going to do some details on the party later. So, yeah, I'm going to back on out of here and let somebody else get in here and try to get a more intelligent caller. Well, that leaves horse feathers out, but, it is what it is. I hope everybody has a safe night.
All right. Yeah, thank you much. Watch out for the trick-or-treat. You have any trick-or-treaters there in West Virginia at the GMA and BS Enterprises headquarters? All right, let's see what's going on with Senor Heatwave, I do believe. Where are we checking in from this morning?
Oh, good morning. Oh, hell, I don't know. Somewhere on 287 here in Texas, heading west. Well, wait a minute. Gilligan said he was waiting for the next intelligent. I'll be damned. I'm the next intelligent caller. How about that? Woohoo! All right. Well, we got that out of the way. Yeah, I was listening. I was on cue, and then I got cut off by Mother Nature and the geographic anomalies that are out here. Hills. I didn't hear Pappy's first part of his. Did he address my question that I had for him yesterday? Or was that even mentioned?
You know what? Matter of fact, he did
about
not.
If you're...
No, I forgot to ask him.
Oh.
No, we didn't talk about it.
Okay, well, that's all right. I had heard on one of the bottom of the hour, top of the hour news broadcasts that New Mexico has pumped in $3 million for the SNAP and other benefits for illegal aliens and whatnot. We just had, and I was talking to my co-driver about this when I heard it. we just had a special session, and they were going to get ready for the cuts that were coming. I mean, it was like maybe a month and a half ago, we had our special session, and they were going to shore up what wasn't going to get funded by the government. Now, conspiracy theory or not, I think they actually had this damn shutdown planned, because they delved into our rainy day fund and are now at least supporting this month's or November's benefits. And it's like something doesn't smell right. If you smell something fishy, then it's probably a fish, and this one stinks to the high heavens.
It's $30 million is the number. Yeah, New Mexico. I mean, some of the governor announces $30 million to feed New Mexico during the SNAP suspension. You know, and I'm assuming. I mean, if a state chips that in and keeps it going, you know, when the shutdown ends, right? All this stuff, you know, that $30 million comes back. All the SNAP benefits get retroactively paid, just like the government workers, do they not? All right, we'll return after this.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. CNN's Jake Tapper pressed New Mexico Representative Melanie Stansbury on the 30-day government shutdown, pointing out Senate Democrats repeatedly blocked bills to reopen the government.
Let me be clear. The administration is choosing to starve American children with money that they already have appropriated.
I'm not applauding their tactics.
By the White House. Well, this is a choice by the White House.
This
they
is
are
also,
choosing
Congresswoman, this is also a
food
choice
assistance.
by Senate Democrats to not vote to open the government. Yes, it is.
The standoff puts millions of families at risk as SNAP and WIC benefits near exhaustion. A group of Senate Democrats want complete accounting of all donations of the White House ballroom construction project.
The group's being led by Senator Adam Schiff, who wrote a letter to White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles demanding the details as well as information about any conditions underlying those contributions. While the president has defended the project as being privately funded, the Democrat lawmakers warn that the identities of the individual and corporate donors has raised troubling questions about the potential for influence peddling and other forms of corruption. The lawmakers want answers by November 5th. I'm Jim Roop.
Dodgers owner and chairman Mark Walter is officially the majority owner of the Lakers now.
Today, the $10 billion sale of the franchise was unanimously approved by the NBA Board of Governors. The Lakers franchise had been owned by the Buss family since 1979 when it was purchased by Dr. Jerry Buss. Former majority owner Jeannie Buss will remain on board as the governor of the Lakers. She will also continue to oversee day-to-day team operations for the foreseeable future. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 109 points. The S&P 500 lost 68 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 377 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
San Diego has cleared nearly 200 homeless encampments from state-owned land along freeways since getting access to those earlier this year.
The city says the effort is part of a broader push to reduce sidewalk camping and connect people with shelter and services. Mayor Todd Gloria says the state land access has helped crews move faster, especially in areas that were previously off limits. He added that the work will continue with more cleanups planned as shelter space becomes available. I'm John Fink.
Former Virginia teacher Abigail Zwerner testified that she thought she was dying after being shot by a 6-year-old student in 2023.
I thought I had died. I thought I was either on my way to heaven or in heaven, but then it all got black.
Zwerner is suing former assistant principal Ebony Parker for $40 million, claiming Parker ignored multiple warnings that the boy had a gun. The bullet remains lodged in Zwerner's chest, leaving her with lasting physical and emotional scars. The defense argues she's recovered more than she claims. Zwerner says she's just trying to feel like herself again. The Disneyland Resort in California is laying off 100 employees.
Disney confirmed the pink slips were handed out to workers across multiple teams. The company posted a statement saying it is recalibrating its organization to ensure it continues to deliver exceptional experiences for its guests while positioning Disneyland Resort for the future. Last year, the division that oversees theme parks, cruises, and the Aulani Resort and Spa in Hawaii was responsible for 60% of the company's income. I'm Phil Hewlett.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, for our friends on the West Coast, welcome. Welcome into a Friday. Happy Halloween. Picking up where we left off there. All right, send your heat wave. A resident of New Mexico. Here's the details. Here's the skinny. What you got going on there with the SNAP program. Governor Grissom announcing New Mexico will provide $30 million to provide SNAP assistance for participants, which is supposed to take them through like November the 10th. The New Mexico Healthcare Authority will provide the state-funded benefits onto the existing EBT cards for those who are eligible on November 1. The governor's office said the funding is separate from the federal SNAP funding, expected to feed New Mexicans through the first 10 days of November. So, whatever your normal, monthly deposit federal would be, what they're going to receive is about 30% of what a normal monthly allocation would be. 30% of the normal SNAP benefits. All right, the state's full emergency response includes $30 million in state funding for emergency food assistance. And they had to break it down using executive orders. So 40 executive orders that authorized $750,000 each, which is the maximum dollar amount allowed for each executive order under state law, which makes no sense to me if you could just sign 40 executive orders to spend $30 million, but that's the way it worked out, and declaring a state of emergency. Now, this will also authorize the Healthcare Authority to provide nutritional assistance to those otherwise eligible for SNAP benefits. Let's see. It also includes continuing to accept applications for benefits. Those benefits would be tied to the application date whenever the federal funding resumes, as well as partnering with community organizations, food banks, and schools to reach vulnerable populations. New Mexico residents who are enrolled in SNAP will see their funds by Saturday. Those receiving benefits can expect, again, roughly 30% of their normal benefits. The elderly and disabled recipients will receive, they say, at least $100. Benefits will be distributed by Saturday. Now, can I use previous month's SNAP benefits? I guess if you have money still on the card, yes, you are able to use benefits that have been unspent on cards from previous months. So, I don't know. Maybe they're expecting by the 10th of November this shutdown's going to end. How long are they going to drag this out is really the big question. So there you go, Heatwave.
Well, I'll tell you what, senor, and thank you for holding me over. If, let's think about it, $30 million for SNAP benefits, and that's a third
10
of
days.
what the state normally gets, or what for 10 days.
That sounds to me like New Mexico, $90 million a month in just New Mexico.
We don't have that many damn people living in New Mexico. I think, what do we have, 1.5 million, 2 at the most? Well, hell, where the hell are my SNAP benefits at then?
Right.
Yeah, I may not, get them due to the requirements, but dadgummit, that sounds like to me there's a whole lot of steak fajitas and tamales and whatnot getting out there. That is unreal. Good night. Almost $100 million a month. Yeah, there's New Mexico is fraught with all sorts of BS, and this is the biggest turd I've ever heard getting dropped right now. So, well, and I'm sure there's fraud everywhere, but it just seems like New Mexico leads the nation in fraud and crimes, and is last in the nation on anything that's good, like education. It is just absolutely ridiculous. And safety and whatnot. So, well, I guess, the money that they're getting is from, you're probably wondering, well, where's all this money coming from? Well, New Mexico has a large natural gas and oil revenue. They share the Permian Basin with Texas. They're on the eastern side of New Mexico and the southeast side of New Mexico. Plus, they have a very large natural gas area up there around Cuba and Aztec, New Mexico, and that part just south of Durango. I mean, and that is the one industry that the governor is trying to get rid of. But it's the one industry that's keeping the state afloat. So, she wants to have it both ways. Well, and pretty soon she's going to be out, and we don't know who's going to be in. Is it going to be someone that's a lot more conservative or someone who's a lot more worse?
Mm-hmm.
And I like the way that New Mexico Representative Stansbury or whatever hell is saying, well, it's Trump's war against children. We're going to have hungry children out there. No, if you just passed the same continuing resolution y'all passed under Biden, we wouldn't be having this issue. Yeah, exactly. So, and for anyone that buys the BS of the blue, saying, well, it's all Trump's fault, get a grip. Come back to reality. Well, let's see what else they got out there. I know I've shared some stories about these people out there, and this one rather rotund woman was complaining. She says, "I'm going to literally starve to death if I don't get my SNAP benefits. I'll be hungry." And I'm looking at her going, you could stand to lose. Miss a few meals.
Doesn't look like you missed. Yeah, I've seen some of those. Yeah, it's like, you could afford to go a few days.
Yeah. And, Michael Jackson, he had a song that was entitled "Wanna Be Starting Something." And in the lyrics, he had said, if you can't feed the baby, then don't have a baby. And don't have a baby if you can't feed the baby. Sometimes the writers, if it was him or others, they put some good common sense phrases in there that if anyone is a real Michael Jackson fan or a fan of his music, I think they would understand, You need to, if you can't afford a baby to feed one, then don't have a baby. And if you're going to have a baby, you better get yourself a damn job. Because if you had a job, you wouldn't be in this pickle you are right now. And give some of that food to the kids, lady. You don't need to be hogging up the whole turkey and giving the kids chicken, right? All righty, senor. Well, I hope you have a happy Halloween. And, folks, let's do this again next week, all right? Have a good night, senor.
Safe travels and have a good weekend. There you go. Yeah, there's the Grump checking in here on a Friday.
Yeah, I'm kind of listening to this stuff there. I don't want to disappoint Pappy, but ain't a damn thing ever going to happen with Fauci. He's, 85 years old or something like that. They're not going to go after him.
Mm-hmm.
Have certain immunities anyway under his position. It ain't a damn thing going to happen to him.
Hello, Grump. All right, you're back. You disappeared momentarily there.
Oh, can you hear me now?
We got you.
Yeah, but there ain't nothing going to happen with old Fauci. Adam Schiff, I'm not so damn sure there's anything going to happen to him either. He's, his investigation was put on hold for whatever reason. I guess because they were stumbling over some of the evidence that was against him. So I'm not sure where that's going to go. But as far as this SNAP program and everything that's going on with this, when you're giving out food to people that are 130% of the poverty rate, if they got 27% or $2,700 a month worth of income or below, they're funding them. I didn't see anything for old people that, are just relying on that $1,400 a month for their Social Security, whether they're getting anything other than Meals on Wheels or something like that, at which they got to pay for, some of it, a percentage of it. It just always pisses me off, Steve, when somebody gripes about their SNAP program or their EBT card or whatever. And, my son, he works at the store. He's a meat cutter. He's one of the managers. And people go in there all the time flying into them about the price of meat. You need to drop the price of meat, so we can afford it, blah, 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 with their EBT card. But they're standing there with a damn $2,000 cell phone in their hand. And if these damn phone companies like AT&T and the rest of them would make you pay a certain percentage of that cell phone up front, there'd be a hell of a lot less cell phones out here. I guarantee you that. But when they put people under them programs and, you're under 3 years to pay it off or whatever it is, I don't know. But it's ridiculous that that's everyone's priority is to have a cell phone in their hand, to have cigarettes in their pocket, things like that, and then bitch because they ain't got any money for food. It just blows my mind that this is where this country is. And when you start looking at 130, 140% of the poverty rate and things like that, and including people in that, they have no incentive on doing anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Because number one, that $2,700 damn dollars a month is there to maybe keep the lights on, and that's as far as they want to go. I mean, whatever happened to pride and working 2 jobs or something? And there's work out here. Every damn where is work. I mean, it just, help wanted signs all over the place. I told you about that freaking guy there at Walmart one day. I was over getting tires put on my pickup truck, and I went by him there at Walmart, and he had a sign up, anything helps. And I'm sitting there looking at, help wanted sign when I was in there getting my tires put on. So I said, you're looking for help? I said, you need training or anything, or you need to be, no, we'll train you. So I got him a damn application, went over, I said, hey, you said anything helps, right? And he said, yeah. And I said, here. I said, they're looking for help over there. He wadded it up and throwed it in the damn grass.
Right.
And he don't know how close he come to an ass whooping. I mean, it just, that's the people we're catering to. So much of these people. Now, the people that actually needs this stuff, the single mother that, or somebody like that that's fighting to get, make ends meet and stuff like that because deadbeat dads and, people like that, well, hell yeah, I'm all for helping them. I mean, that's, it will come back, you teach kids responsibility and things like that. But when you get people like that that's sitting there, anything helps or stealing dogs. We had a guy that was going around stealing people's dogs that were outside and then taking them, and selling them, trying to get, well, it's, I don't know whatever happened to that, but they had a little thing there on the blurb on the internet, there for our town, make sure you're watching your dogs and stuff, Our big dog I wouldn't have worried about, our chocolate lab, he'd have tore his arm off if he'd have come in the yard. But Hank, he's too damn dumb. Hank, if the guy's got a ball, Hank's going to play ball with him. I mean, that's just all there is to it. But he just a big lovable galoot, and he just wants to play ball. And somebody could walk up and take him right off the bat. He wouldn't care, But I don't know, man. I tell you, it's world, man. You just step back and look at things, and you're going, wow. The political atmosphere. It's no longer about parties saying what can we do for the people. It's it's how can we keep the opposition going. And that's the craziest part of politics right now. You look at these damn Democrats, where I have yet to hear one of them, not one, say what they're going to do to help this country, to better this country. All I've heard out of every damn one of them's mouths is something negative against Trump. Trump is a threat. He is somebody that he don't need the money, number one. He can't be bought. He's got a big mouth and likes, running it from time to time. But the man is actually doing some damn good stuff for this country. And what gets me is they've catered to these foreign governments for so damn long. I need the American worker to work harder so we can get more tax dollars, or we can borrow it from somebody, from some other country to pay out to these other countries just to appease them, keep them on our side, this kind of thing. The greatest thing that could happen to this damn country if we could be self-sufficient. If we had enough minerals, we had enough manufacturing and things like that we just could tell everybody to kiss our butt. It would make all the difference in the world to be self-sufficient. But when you look at all the politicians that have looked at this one world order kind of crap, and George Bush was one of them. He believed in sharing the wealth around, different places. We could build this here, or we could let some poorer country build it and help build their economy up. How in the hell is 2 or 3 factories in some damn poor country going to build up their economy? Things that we actually need. And people has looked at this, and you can blame the soccer moms or whoever you want to blame. Back in the days of Walmart, when Walmart had tags on every damn thing said "Made in America," that Sam Walton started out. And then all of a sudden, those tags, started coming off, and you didn't know where in the hell things were made at. We used to have Levi Strauss was right there in our town. Made blue jeans and clothes, shirts and things like that right there, and boom, they moved all that to Malaysia and to Korea and places, different places, and laid off a bunch of workers. So it's, we've done this to ourselves. This nation has screwed itself up. We've relied so much on that politician that will stand up there to lie like a damn dog in order to get elected, and then as soon as he gets elected, the next day he's running for office again because he likes the power, he likes the money, and he don't have to do a hell of a lot. Sit on his ass and answer the phone for $173,000 a year. If he even answers that, he's got a bunch of staffers doing that for him. They need to get rid of all these damn committees that we have. You know how many committees? There's over 200 different committees in the United States government, and it's asinine to think that they only meet 60 days out of the year or whatever it is. It's a minimal amount of time, but the rest of the time they're sitting in these committees trying to run everything. It just blows your damn mind to see how this government has just been so bloated with all this garbage and this crap, and how much our tax dollars has been wasted on everything from I don't know, bugs making love in Venezuela to, whatever. Yep. I don't know. You got so damn much stupid stuff that they've, just anything to spend $1 on and justify another $1. It's absolutely crazy. But, I hope to hell we can snap out of this and this shutdown, it's not a bad thing. If people would just actually listen to who's causing all the problems, which is Democrats right now. They are the ones that are swearing to, stand their ground and everything else, that America has to feel a little pain once in a while. They're acting like a bunch of little contentious brats. We've had our way for so long. We're going to throw this tantrum and stomp our feet throw our sucker in the dirt and run our lip out, and we're not going to do a damn thing until we get our way. Well, I got a news for them. They ain't getting their way. Johnson's done made that clear. Thune's made that clear. Trump ain't gonna sign a damn thing that has anything at all to do with the Democrats. And it wouldn't. He talked about doing away with that nuclear option. That would be the stupidest thing that the Republicans could do. If they did away with that, then they just started a precedence, just like they did with the
it'd come back to haunt them.
Justices, and it's going to bite them in the butt. And they need to think long and hard about that. And I would just lay it on the Democrats. Say every day, hell, 3 times a day. Pull them in there 3 times a day for a vote on it. There's going to be some Democrats that are going to have to cave because they're coming up on getting reelected, and that's more important to them than feeding people. So they're gonna cave on. And then get this signed into law. And a clean CR is all they need. They can still, they got time to negotiate, any kind of subsidies or whatever for Obamacare, which they need to just do away with Obamacare altogether. Quit paying these damn insurance companies anything. Just tell them you're on your own from here on out, and how you treat people is going to be whether or not you survive or not. Every time the government gets involved in this crap, every time the government starts paying out money, prices go through the damn roof. It's just these subsidies and every damn thing else that when they're supplementing billions of dollars to the insurance companies, who is a for-profit organization, number one, all it's going to do is just cause more problems. And right now you can't hardly get anything done. We're looking at, my wife's looking at $10,000 worth of deductibles and out-of-pocket expense, and if she needed anything done, it goes through a dozen different damn underwriters. It's going to say, no, we're not going to get this done. We're not going to do this, blah, blah, blah. They want their money at the end of the damn month or beginning of the month, but they don't want to give anything back in return. And that's if government's going to do anything, if Congress is going to do anything, they need to get off their ass, look at these insurance companies, and say, you will pay. That's just the way it is.
Mm-hmm. And right there, Grump, we got to get to the news break. It's that time. Lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The state of New Mexico is moving to provide $30 million in emergency food aid beginning Saturday as federal SNAP benefits are suspended amid the ongoing government shutdown. New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham said the state funding will assist roughly 460,000 residents covering the first 10 days of November.
How exactly we do what between now and the 10 days, the legislature will guide the decisions of the executive.
The governor said she could call a special legislative session if the halt in benefits extends beyond 10 days. President Trump is ordering the Department of War to resume testing of nuclear weapons. On a Truth Social post, Trump said that due to testing programs of other countries, he's instructed the department to act on an equal basis. In the post, Trump specifically cited the nuclear programs of Russia and China. The last time the U.S. tested a nuclear weapon was 1992. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. Here it is, Halloween. Ready or not, say farewell to the month of October. We're rolling into the first weekend of November. Meanwhile, in Illinois, Governor Pritzker had a kind request. He was wanting federal officials to halt any immigration operations over the weekend. You know, it's Halloween. In a letter to the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, Acting Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement Todd Lyons, and Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection Rodney Scott, asking them to pause operations from today till Sunday. Anywhere that celebrations are planned, no child should be forced to inhale tear gas or other chemical agents while trick-or-treating in their neighborhood. I said, I guess he was referencing an incident where federal agents reportedly used tear gas in Irving Park prior to a recent Halloween parade, according to the local Fox affiliate. In his letter, Pritzker says Illinois children should not be robbed of their innocence. Let them enjoy a time-honored American tradition safely, peacefully. Please let children be children for one holiday, free from intimidation and fear. However, former Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy mocked Pritzker for a video in which he claimed to feel safe in a specific Chicago neighborhood. Yeah, but it was after President Trump moved the criminals out of the area. He said J.B. Pritzker today put out another video in Little Village talking about how safe he feels. Well, Little Village is primarily a Hispanic neighborhood here in Chicago. That district is down about 55% so far this year in murder. Well, where do you think ICE has been working in Chicago since January? Matter of fact, many Chicago residents apparently welcomed Border Patrol agents sent to help ICE round up the criminal gangs, even as anti-ICE radicals protest the agents' presence. Breitbart News reported earlier this month, leftist activists in Chicago have been ramping up their harassment, their obstruction, their attacks on law enforcement officers as they work to extract illegals for required deportations. Sometimes using rocks and bottles as weapons, violent activists increasingly using professional-grade fireworks against agents in Chicago, causing the risk of hearing loss, eye damage, burns. We know the outlet reported October 1st that ICE had arrested over 800 illegal aliens across Illinois as part of Operation Midway Blitz. Now, that's 30 days ago. I don't know what the numbers are now, but we got a response from the Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who pretty much said no. That's a shameful request. Kristi said this past day, ICE agents will be out in full force to ensure public safety and protect America's families and trick-or-treaters. We're absolutely not willing to put a pause on any work that we're going to do to keep communities safe. The fact that Governor Pritzker's asking for that is actually shameful, and I think unfortunate. He doesn't recognize how important the work is that we do to make sure we're bringing criminals to justice and getting them off the streets, especially when we're going to send all of our kiddos out on the streets and going to events and enjoying the holiday season. All right. In a statement to The Hill, the Department of Homeland Security accused Pritzker of smearing law enforcement. He's pushing a false narrative that Homeland Security is targeting schools, hospitals, churches. This is false. He knows this, but he continues to push these lies. Our officers are facing mass assaults, vehicles used as weapons, violence. They only use crowd control methods as a last resort once repeated warnings have been given. All right, so the answer, nope, we're going to be there. So, happy Halloween, right? 844-844-3388. And Vic on a Friday. Morning, Vic.
Good morning, Steve. That bit about keeping kids safe from the ICE agents and everything. What about keeping the kids safe from all those clandestine meth labs and everything and all that stuff? So, and gang bang, drive-by shootings and a whole bunch of stuff there they need to be kept safe from. And why they would say they need to be kept safe from ICE agents is humorous on the one side and maddening on the other. But really, I don't know if you've seen that email because heard Plowboy talking about the aluminum production, and I went through all that stuff. But the aluminum production wasn't moved overseas by the American producers. It was something that started back in the Reagan administration when they wanted to fight inflation. And I sent you an article there from Financial Times. I didn't realize that they'd want you to subscribe to it, so I don't know if you've seen that or not. But if you'll just Google that title, you'll be able to read that article for free. I just tried to pass that on. So, but it was about the down in New Madrid, I think it was, in Missouri, how that plant had been shut down. And at one time, Kentucky had 30 different aluminum smelters, and they made different types of aluminum for different types of things. And there was a coal-powered REMC down there. And, of course, whenever they started shutting down the aluminum smelters, then they had to start shutting down all the different electric generation plants and then the coal mines. And that's where the little commodity firm I worked for was located. And Firestone also made the aluminum wheels for the rims, for the big trucks and everything there at Henderson, Kentucky. And that got shut down, I should say. And then their safety director there at Henderson, he joined our little firm there because they cut him out of a job. And he thought he could get a lot of customers, but it didn't work out too good because all the people that he had worked with, they were also part of that cutback, and they didn't have any money to speculate. And his lifestyle changed rather substantially. So when I heard Plowboy mention about how they got in that city, how they got down to what, they only have like 1 or 2 aluminum smelters in this country. And I kind of just looked through that a little bit, but know that the aluminum producers, they were well aware of that. They filed a complaint against China because China was stockpiling aluminum in all around the world and acting like it was that country that was doing the production or whatever. But really it was Chinese money behind it all. And the aluminum producers of America, they filed a complaint with the World Trade Organization. Gosh, that was probably 10 years ago. Nothing ever happened because, China is a developing nation, and therefore they get preferential treatment by the World Trade Organization. Mm-hmm. I don't know how one of the world's largest economies can be a developing nation, but people kept letting them get away with it. So that's why whenever Trump come in, I thought he was going to go after China tooth and nail, but somehow he started going after some of our allies. But by and large, I think when Trump was talking about all that, he's 100% right on that. We kind of did this to ourselves. We moved so much production overseas that now not only in aluminum but in other areas that it's really taken a hurt on us now, and we're going to have a hard time getting built back. And as far as the great trade with Xi, Xi's in trouble with the Chinese Communist Party, and some of his key allies have been kicked out. So I'm not exactly sure how much power Xi's going to have or how much longer he might even be in power. But the Chinese Communist Party, they're having their big meeting right now, and everybody's waiting to see what they're going to come out of there with. And I can tell you, it's not to get along with the United States. Mm-hmm. They might act like they are, but they're not really trying to make any meaningful, I guess you'd say, progress. They purchased a bunch of American soybeans, but they've done that before. So who knows how much farther that this will take the American soybean farmers. We need to be looking domestically because we're actually importing more food into this country than we're exporting. And that 20 years ago, people would never believe that would have happened into the United States. And basically, a lot of this food stamp program you're talking about, that was to get rid of agricultural products, and they keep talking about all these people are going to get kicked off food stamps at the first of the month here, a day or two. I thought that they had went to distributing those food stamps throughout all the months. I mean, all those 42 million people, they did away with what we used to call the welfare weekend, because they used to distribute them all the first of the month.
Mm-hmm.
And all the different people, all the different food companies, grocery companies, they'd always raise the price, and that's when they called it the welfare weekend. And so then when Senator Lugar and Tom Harkin were on the Agriculture Committee, they decided, no, we need to distribute these food stamps by alphabet, I think it was. And sometimes on welfare programs in general, the more kids they can get on that program, the more money they get. So there are people that will go out there and actually have more kids to get more welfare. Now, whether it gets to the kids or not, who knows. But the big thing is, I'm going to have to check up on that and see if they're distributing these food stamps all at the first of the month, or if they're doing it, gradually throughout the month, so you don't get that big movement like that. And the other thing is, when they went to EBT cards, so people wouldn't have to ration their food stamps, because a lot of people they get that little coupon book, and just because they got that coupon book, that didn't mean they ran out and spent it all at one time. They take that coupon book, and that was what they used to refer to as the ghetto dollars. And so I'm not exactly sure what the status of that SNAP program is. But the only thing I can really, and this has been over 10 years ago, the last load of powdered milk that I hauled for Dairy Farmers of America to make baby food out of, the powdered milk came from New Zealand. It didn't come from American dairy farmers. And that's the last that I knew of it. Mm-hmm. And I thought, well, that's kind of odd. That's a misuse of the program. And real quick, I don't know if you got that thing there about Greenbrier. Now, I said South Carolina, kind of a slip on my part. But the Greenbrier, I believe that was a Southern Railway resort. And then the resort's still there, and the golf course and all that stuff. But they've moved out that continuity of government bunker, because they said it somehow people knew about it. And that kind of struck me as odd, because there used to be meetings all around the United States, but conservative groups, and Cuba used to try to get waiters and waitresses and kitchen personnel into these different places. So I don't know who they thought didn't know about it, but Cuba knew about all those different places way back when. And I really haven't kept up very much on that stuff. Just kind of coasting along here. So
there you go.
So anyway, that's why I wanted to just kind of mention that we had an active program to export our production overseas, and now Trump's trying to reverse it, and it's going to be a big job.
Okay. Thank you very much, Vic. You have a great weekend. Happy Halloween, all that good stuff.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design
design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection torque lock injector cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
So we've now officially had two separate events. Major internet issues in the last 10 days. Of course, it was Microsoft. And then your day before yesterday, it was Amazon first. Then it was Microsoft this week. I came across a story where these are kind of the realities we've been talking about for years. It's the morning after the internet went offline. And as much as you'd like to think you'd be delighted, you're likely to be wondering what to do. You could buy groceries with a checkbook if you have one. You could call in to work with a landline if you still had one connected. After that, you could drive to the shop as long as you still know how to navigate without 5G. Now, this is going back like 10 days ago. We had the glitch at the data center in Virginia. That kind of reminded us, the unlikely is not impossible. The internet may have become an irreplaceable linchpin of modern life, but it is a web of creaking legacy problems and physical infrastructure, leading some to wonder what it would take to bring it down. Well, the answer, they say, could be as simple as some acute bad luck, a few targeted attacks, or both. Extreme weather takes out a few key data centers. A line of AI-written code deep in a major provider like Amazon, Google, Microsoft is triggered unexpectedly, causing a cascading software crash. An armed group or intelligence agency snips a couple of undersea cables. This would be bad. But the real doomsday event, the kind that the world's few internet experts still worry about in private groups, is a bit different. A sudden snowballing error in the creaky, decades-old protocols that underlie the whole internet. Think of the plumbing that directs the flow of connection, or the address books that allow one machine to locate another. We call it the big one. And if it were to happen, then at the very least, you're going to need your checkbook. The big one could start when a summertime tornado cruises through the town of Council Bluffs, Iowa, laying waste to a low-slung cluster of data centers that are an integral part of Google's offering. This area, called U.S. Central 1, is a Google data center cluster critical to their cloud platform, as well as YouTube and Gmail. There was a 2019 outage that downed these services across the U.S. and Europe. Diners burn as YouTube cooking videos sputter to a halt. Workers across the world furiously refresh their suddenly inaccessible emails, then resign themselves to interacting in person. Senior U.S. officials notice some government services have slowed before returning to planning a new blitz over Signal. All this is inconvenient, but nowhere near the end of the internet. Technically, if you have two networked devices and a router between them, the internet's running. But there's obviously a lot of concentration happening on the internet. This happens with economics. It's just cheaper to run everything in the same place. But what if then a heat wave in the eastern U.S. takes out U.S. East 1? That's part of the Virginia complex that hosts Data Center Alley, the key hub for Amazon Web Services. The focus of that outage about a week ago. Among a handful of their neighbors, meanwhile, a cyber attack hits a major European cluster, say Frankfurt or London. In the wake of this, networks redirect traffic to secondary hubs, lesser used data centers, which, like frontage roads in a Los Angeles traffic jam, become quickly unusable. Or if we stray from disaster movie to the perils of automation, the heightened traffic could trigger a bug in Amazon Web Services' internal infrastructure rewritten by artificial intelligence months ago. Signals go down. Netflix, Lloyd's of London, your Roomba vacuum cleaners stop working. Smart mattresses go rogue. Smart locks malfunction. These are all in the realm of possibilities, they tell us. But all right, final hour just ahead.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. There are around 3.5 million Texans who will not receive food stamp funds beginning Saturday if the government shutdown does not come to an end. There are growing calls for Governor Abbott to step in and help during the government shutdown.
Use the state's over $24 billion rainy day fund to keep families fed.
Democratic Congressman Joaquin Castro rallied support at a nonprofit that helps address food insecurity in San Antonio. He says around a third of those losing out on SNAP benefits will be children. President Trump is ordering the Department of War to begin testing nuclear weapons.
In a Truth Social post, Trump said due to the testing programs of other countries, he's instructing the department to start testing U.S. weapons, quote, on an equal basis, end quote. In the post, he specifically cited the nuclear programs of Russia and China. Last time the U.S. tested a nuclear weapon was 1992. I'm Jim Roop.
Don't let your desire to help the survivors of Hurricane Melissa be exploited by crooks and scammers.
If you don't recognize the source of a text or email asking for contributions to Hurricane Melissa relief, Brian Oglesby with the Better Business Bureau West Florida says it could be a scam operated by someone with no intention of helping.
We want to give, but we also want to give wisely after a disaster.
Worse yet, the scam could be aimed at your personal data as well as your money. Oglesby recommends giving to charities you know. He has a list of groups working on Melissa relief at the website give.org. Gordon Bird, Tampa.
DHS says death threats against ICE officers have surged 8,000%. Officials warn agents and families face doxing, bounties, and violent threats, and one suspect was arrested. Homeland Security vows prosecutions while leaders call for calmer, less inflammatory rhetoric. Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 109 points, the S&P 500 lost 68 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 377 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
While arresting a teenager who had a warrant, Renton, Washington police found a gun hidden in a toilet.
The 15-year-old boy had a warrant for multiple charges in Auburn. When police searched his home, they found a gun with a 30-round magazine hidden in a toilet. The gun also didn't have a serial number, making it a ghost gun. Charges of unlawful possession of a firearm and possession of a ghost gun may be added. The boy was booked into the King County Youth Detention Center. I'm Brad Ford.
Over 1,000 items, including historic artifacts, jewelry, and laptops, were stolen from the Oakland Museum of California's off-site storage earlier this month.
It is very possible that the people who stole these items don't really know themselves what they have and why it might be important and where to, actually, if they're trying to pass it off or sell it, where to take it.
Museum CEO Lori Fogarty says that thieves don't appear professional, and authorities warn that these items may surface at swap meets, auctions, or pawn shops. The FBI Art Crime Team and Oakland Police are currently investigating. Metro Atlanta musician DJ Alex On used Apple AirTags to track stolen instruments, leading police to arrest a suspect at a guitar center in Marietta. Officers say tracking tech can help recover property. Marietta police officer Chuck McPhillamy spoke with WAGA.
This technology is not fail-safe. It did help this particular victim, and we would encourage the use of anything like this to try and assist law enforcement.
The musician recovered key gear in time for a performance and credits technology for the quick resolution. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Here we go, final hour on a Friday. Here comes the weekend. Happy Halloween as we wrap up the month of October. Wow. Yeah, we kick off with an update. All the discussion of the English language proficiency in the trucking industry. More than 7,200 semi-truck drivers have been taken off the highways since the DOT implemented the new English proficiency standards. Let me see. Secretary Duffy says the DOT requires a truck driver to speak and understand English to operate a big rig, or they will be taken out of service. According to Duffy, almost 7,250 drivers, that's an updated number, have been placed out of service for failing the English proficiency standards that the Obama administration had gutted, making way for foreign drivers with no understanding of English to drive dangerous semi-trucks on our highways. The new standards, he says, are meant to shut down the black market trucking industry that relies on low-wage foreign truck drivers with little to no understanding of English. Of course, we know it all started with the illegal from India killing 3 on the highway in, well, first it was Florida, then California. Yeah, he's threatening California with another $160 million of funding to be withheld on top of the $40 million that they've already withheld for California failing to uphold the standards. In the case of the Florida illegal, that individual had failed the written driving exam 10 times, but was still able to get a CDL. Following the deadly crash, he was given the English proficiency assessment by the DOT. Officials said he failed the test, correctly answering only 2 of 12 verbal questions, and then accurately identifying just 1 of 4 traffic signs. From FreightWaves this past day, they tell us industry economists project some 600,000 active drivers could be eliminated from trucking. FreightWaves received clarifying comments from Highway on the state of their system. A Highway representative said, "The system is not static. It's an adaptive system. For fraudsters cannot reverse engineer what changes continuously based on the new patterns, behavioral signals, and identity data." The freight industry experiencing what experts described as one of the most interesting times ever in freight. Though unfortunately not in a positive way for most, carriers and freight brokers across the spectrum are feeling right now significant pain from weak freight volumes, a rapidly changing operating climate. What we are witnessing appears to be the calm before a significant storm. Indicators pointing toward what could become the largest capacity washout in trucking history. The risk of the market eliminating 600,000 active drivers, the largest capacity purge in history may be coming, bringing back COVID-like spot rates. The difference this time is there will not be a flood of immigrants created by Biden's open borders, which offered an endless supply of truck drivers. The capacity relief valve for shippers and brokers is now shut, meaning carriers are going to have to pay up in terms of higher pay and bonuses for truck drivers. Capacity will be much harder to find, they say. Quite interesting. The anticipated great purge of capacity stems from several converging factors, most notably changes to the immigration policy and enforcement. According to research from J.B. Hunt, these policy changes, particularly regarding non-domiciled CDL licenses and English proficiency requirements, are expected to remove somewhere between 5 to as much as 12% of CDL holders from the U.S. supply over the next 2 to 3 years. That's going to translate somewhere from 214 to 437,000 drivers. Now, we all know the background of that. Stricter enforcement of the English proficiency regulations. 23,000 violations, and as we just updated, nearly 7,250 drivers now being removed. When accounting for the overlap between drivers affected by non-domiciled CDL restrictions and English language enforcement, plus undocumented drivers and restrictions on new hires, the total at-risk population may exceed 600,000. That's according to transportation economist Noel Perry. These carriers that rely on immigrant labor or carriers that don't qualify under the new rules will likely go out of business. The combination of regulatory changes, the prolonged freight recession conditions, is creating an environment ripe for significant market disruption. Experts anticipate numerous bankruptcies among both carriers and brokers in the coming months. As financial pressures mount, the market rationalization expected to follow will favor the largest asset carriers who have the resources to weather the storm and adapt to the changing regulatory landscape. This represents a significant shift from the recent market dynamic where the availability of drivers supplied through immigration enabled many small operators to expand their fleets without adhering to traditional operational requirements. As the market corrects, carriers are going to have to offer improved driver pay and incentives to attract qualified drivers from a diminishing pool of eligible candidates. This shift toward a more traditional supply chain demand balance may lead to improved profitability for surviving carriers, although the transition will be challenging. While the timeline is uncertain, the eventual outcome points towards a market that operates according to more traditional supply and demand principles. If the volumes pop, which doesn't exist right now, he says, hold on to your head. It's going to be one of the best freight markets that carriers have seen in some time. The road to that point will be challenging, but the industry may ultimately emerge stronger and more stable once this unprecedented capacity purge has actually run its course. In other words, drivers may find themselves ultimately receiving, well, compensation that would be worthy of the job they do. It's not going to happen overnight, but how many months are we into it? 7,250 drivers over time. The numbers are going to continue to add up. Supply, demand will tighten. Remember the days when, hey, $5,000 sign-on bonus. We need you, qualified drivers. You're actually going to be worth something again. All right, see if Eagle's hanging in there. Let me see. I think he might have dozed off. Yeah. Well, maybe next time, Eagle. Hey, it's the loneliest hour. What do you say, Knucklebuster?
Morning again, Mr. Steve Summers. Just shout out to Truck and Field because he's right around the corner. Captain Ron, Donut Man, and as always, our gracious host, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, that's good because that means Christmas and winter freight, January, it's going to be booking instead of being real slow like it always is. So hopefully that's a good thing. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. I've been around this industry a long time, so I don't know. But they don't have anybody to blame but themselves. These same people that pass these illegal drivers, are they still in charge, see?
Now, those same people, what do you mean?
Are they still the same ones at FMCSA? Or, they didn't enforce the rules, so but now they're jumping up and down saying, "Oh, we got to enforce it."
It's different.
I ain't got no respect for them if they didn't.
It's different people. I mean, Sean Duffy's the new DOT secretary. Yet we went from Pete Buttigieg, who did nothing, to Sean Duffy. Now we've got a new FMCSA administrator coming in. So it's a changing of the guard. Otherwise, this wouldn't be happening.
Right. I understand Sean Duffy's in charge now, and Secretary Booty Hole, he's out. But the deep state, the people that are actually working for the government, they're still the same people in there. So as far as they fired a few of them, but they ain't fired that. They ain't cleaned house with the whole stuff. So I don't know. We'll see what all happens there. I'll give them a chance anyway. So they pick Ole Miss to win this weekend, right?
Is that one that they were divided on? Let me see here. No, they both picked Ole Miss. You're right. Yes.
Oh yeah, they didn't really want to be singing "Hotty Toddy" again on Monday morning. So I ain't got nobody to sing that yet. I might have to come on there and sing it myself if we win. So, but anyway, well, all of my checks hit this morning. So, I'm glad of that. I won't be broke this weekend there. My paycheck, and then I've got one of my, from an old boss there, I had a 401k account with him. So, but it paid out this morning. My Social Security paid out this morning. So I'm going to be all right for the month then. I won't be having to go down there to Walmart and steal food, right?
Come on up here, buy me a steak dinner.
I will. I might after I retire one of these days.
Right.
That is. But now I believe I'll just pass on that, Steve. I'll head back down there to Texas.
Yeah, you got bigger. You got priorities. You'd rather see the hottie toddy than Steve Summers. I get you.
I understand. But anyway, Steve's working 3 jobs, Steve, as a single mom, trying to make ends meet. She works for the Love Truck Stop. She sells houses on the sides, and she's managing an apartment complex. So I've got more respect for her than I do all these people that are just standing up there begging for a free handout, right?
No doubt.
Yep. So, and she's a single mom, so hey, I'd gladly give her some of my money if I needed to. So, but I don't think she'd take it. So you might insult her integrity, right? Well, anyway, have yourself a good weekend. I'm gonna keep working on that 1985 AT1100 Honda Shadow I'm rebuilding. So, my brother-in-law, he's going to have to go move his daughter back home. Her and her boyfriend are splitting up. He don't want it to happen, but he told him adios there, right? So,
oh, boy.
He'll get over it. Smile and just bear it, gone. So, they didn't want me over there, and they didn't want my sister over there either. So, my brother-in-law was just going to go by himself there. I said, well, you call me if you need me to bring my water blaster over, and I'll squirt him and get him wet there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I'll just douse him with some water and hit him head to toe, get him real good and wet there. So, hey, you've had a great show this morning there, and maybe Horse Feathers will get back in there, and we can hear some more Horse Feathers out of him there, right?
Yeah, somehow. Yeah, all right. That's all. You're baloney for a Friday. Speaking of Truck and Phil, you're right, just around the corner. Happy Casual Friday, he says. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stabil. Starting off 40, warming to 55 today. Fort Wayne, 36 to 50 in Newaygo, Michigan. Happy Halloween. Hope everyone has a safe one today and tonight. Have a good weekend. Remember back in the day when the Bozo was broadcasting, and I experienced a couple of times myself, pumpkins coming off overpasses on I-70 between Columbus and Wheeling, West Virginia, and other places that were reported of pumpkins going off overpasses. Hopefully none of that shenanigans going on this year. Of course, a big shout out to the Knucklebuster. Roll on, Knucklebuster. All the veterans out there, have a great weekend, everyone. Only 55 days till Christmas. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
I can't help but feel as though this world has become a modern-day Sodom and Gomorrah. Really sad. The so-called women's fashion magazine, Glamour, the UK version, has selected a group of 9 men, so-called dolls, who identify as women, for their Women of the Year magazine cover. Yes, celebrating the known as the dolls, a popular term transgender women use to refer to one another. As trans rights face increasing threat in the UK, Glamour honors 9 of the community's most groundbreaking voices at this year's Women of the Year Awards. That is the cover story. Yeah, while the choice will undoubtedly be hailed by trans activists everywhere, not everybody's going to celebrate the honors, obviously. The Harry Potter creator, J.K. Rowling, for one, appalled by the magazine's move to enshrine men as the, quote, Women of the Year. I grew up in an era when mainstream women's magazines told girls they needed to be thinner and prettier. Now, mainstream women's magazines telling girls that men are better women than they are. Women of the Year. Yep, we'll just leave it at that. Can't make this stuff up, can you? Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Elon Musk's SpaceX this past day said they've proposed to NASA a simplified plan to send humans to the moon using their Starship rocket as they press their contractors to move more quickly toward beating China to the moon. In response to the latest calls, what we've shared and are formally assessing a simplified mission architecture and concept of operations we believe will result in a faster return to the moon while simultaneously improving crew safety. NASA faces intense competition from China in the effort to return astronauts to the moon, where no humans have gone since the final Apollo mission in 1972. NASA had tapped SpaceX in 2021 to use Starship for the first 2 Artemis moon landing missions, with Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin later winning an award for other Artemis missions. Everything's kind of tangled up in political chaos right now. And everybody's fighting, I guess, for the deal to return to the moon. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The state of New Mexico is moving to provide $30 million in emergency food aid beginning Saturday as federal SNAP benefits are suspended amid the ongoing government shutdown. New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham said the state funding will assist roughly 460,000 residents covering the first 10 days of November.
How exactly we do what between now and the 10 days, the legislature will guide the decisions of the executive.
The governor said she could call a special legislative session if the halt in benefits extends beyond 10 days. President Trump is ordering the Department of War to resume testing of nuclear weapons. On a Truth Social post, Trump said that due to testing programs of other countries, he's instructed the department to act on an equal basis. In the post, Trump specifically cited the nuclear programs of Russia and China. The last time the U.S. tested a nuclear weapon was 1992. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello to Steve in Columbus, who says, good morning, Steve Summers, all the listeners out there. Hey, the best day of the week's here. And we're looking forward to what we can hope is a nice, restful weekend. All right, coffee's hot, pickup's ready to go. I suppose we'll head in town, see what the day brings us. All right, everybody, enjoy your weekend. All right, you do that. Thank you very much, Steve. Hey, good morning, blind man.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I hope I didn't fall asleep on you earlier tonight. I was listening to Rick Valdez last night He's got a show on from 9 to midnight, and he talked a little bit about the race in New York. And apparently Curtis Sliwa has been running the subways, talking to people as they ride from point A to point B. And it looks like he's starting to gain momentum. I'll believe it when I hear the results, I guess Wednesday morning after the voting goes on Tuesday. Anyhow, also, the Democrats are always up to no good, and now they're trying to blame the Trump administration of starving people with the food stamps and everything. I'm just getting sick and tired. Every time I turn around, the Democrats are doing one thing or another and trying to blame it on Trump. I don't have to worry about this audience, but in general, I just wonder if people are really starting to wake up and see what the Democrats are really up to.
Mm-hmm.
It just frosts my buns what's going on. And anyway, I don't celebrate Halloween at all. I'm more or less bedridden, and it's hard for me to get up and answer the door. So
yeah,
I just don't give out candy. But at least I can hear the kids running up and down the street having a good time.
Yeah, sometimes that's all you can do, right? Some folks just have to turn off the porch light and say, "Ain't nobody home."
Yeah, that's what I normally do. I used to give out candy until a couple of teenagers gave me a hard time, and I said, "Aren't you a little bit too old for trick or treating?" And they threatened to vandal my house. And,
oh boy!
From that point on, I just don't give out candy anymore. I just keep the door closed.
Yeah. Well, either way, enjoy your weekend, blind man.
Anyway.
Hope everything goes well, and hey, we'll look forward maybe to chatting with you next week. And he's right. Yeah, with each day, the shutdown continues. More and more impacts around the country. Of course, the farmers. We've got a federal program designed to help farmers impacted by the tariffs, with at least $12 billion in aid that's ready to launch. Problem is, it can't be implemented till the government shutdown ends. Senator John Hoeven of North Dakota telling reporters this past day that a market facilitation program similar to the $28 billion tariff relief Trump issued during his first term trade wars is all teed up and good to go. It's being held up by the shutdown. The Department of Agriculture and the Office of Management and Budget had readied between $12 and $13 billion for aid, but until recently, officials were still working to determine how much would be allocated to farmers. The funds are taxpayer dollars from an internal Department of Agriculture account. Now, that would be in addition to revenue generated by the president's trade deal with China, which is expected to restore roughly $10 to $15 billion in farm exports, largely through renewed Chinese purchases of U.S. soybean and other agricultural goods. The Treasury Secretary announcing this past day that the president secured new commitments from China to purchase 12 million metric tons of U.S. soybeans during the current season through January. China has also pledged to buy 25 metric tons annually for the next 3 years as part of a larger trade agreement with Beijing. Bazent said other countries in Southeast Asia have agreed to buy another 19 million metric tons of U.S. soybeans. He did not specify a time frame for those purchases or which nations were involved. Asian importers other than China have bought anywhere from 8 to 10 million metric tons annually in recent years. Earlier this month, the National Farmers Union sent letters to the president and congressional leaders urging immediate action to provide economic relief for family farmers and ranchers. They emphasized that aid should reach small family farm operations most in need and called for parallel efforts to rebuild fair markets and curb corporate consolidation in agriculture. Family farmers and ranchers face severe economic challenges and a deepening economic crisis if they don't receive immediate assistance. So how much of that, I'm saying, all right, we've got all this aid available, but this was all put together prior to the just announced agreement of China's going to buy the soybean, what kind of prices the farmers are going to get. That's, I guess, going to be the bigger question. They may not need that entire package of $12 billion if they're actually going to finally be able to, hey, we got a place to sell the product. That was the biggest concern. Moon Runner joins us on a Friday. What's happening?
Hey there, Steve. TGIF. How's everything going?
About 20 minutes away from kicking off the weekend.
Well, that's good. I think earlier tonight I might have heard one of your callers on the CB scrapyard.
Right.
He was out here on I-40 around Mulberry, Arkansas, and he was talking to another driver on the CB about the Razorback hogs out here getting out of control and everything, and killing livestock and stuff. I think it was him. It sure did sound like him anyway. So
he's got a pretty.
It's kind of odd hearing somebody that you hear on the radio, hearing him on the CB.
He's got a pretty distinctive voice. He sure does.
Yeah, that sure sounded like him anyway. But you were talking with Heatwave earlier about the New Mexico governor dipping into their rainy day fund to pay out the SNAP benefits. You said something about they'll probably get reimbursed for it. I don't think that's true because in Oklahoma, where I live, our governor was going to do that same thing. He was going to get our rainy day fund and start helping out the SNAP benefits. But he said that Oklahoma will not be able to do it because they will not get reimbursed from the federal government for that.
Okay.
So New Mexico probably won't get reimbursed either.
I mean, in the story, it did say that the $30 million is going to be, it said separate from the federal fund, so maybe you're right.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what Oklahoma was going to try and do, and the governor said that he was told by the federal government they would not get reimbursed for it, so that's just going to deplete New Mexico's rainy day fund. That's why Oklahoma's not going to do it, because it would take too much out of the rainy day fund, and then if something ever happened and we needed it, wouldn't have it.
So I guess my
I don't know. It's
my next question, I guess, then is like for the people in New Mexico. So they're going to get a 10-day, 30% of what they normally get from the federal. If the government reopens, say here in the next 5 to 7 days, do they get their SNAP benefits then deposited retroactive to the first of the month? I kind of wonder.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so.
So they're
I believe they get theirs reimbursed just like the federal workers. The air traffic controllers and everybody else. They'd get their money back from however long they were shut down.
So some of those people, like the people that get 30% of their monthly, if the government reopens in the next 10 days, they'll actually have a 30% bonus on their SNAP benefits.
Well, that's what I was wondering too. If New Mexico does that, and then the feds reopen and get their money back, I wonder if the state of New Mexico is going to take that money back from them. That 30%.
Good question. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. So anyway, that's all I have. So had a good weekend.
All right. Yep. Thanks for tuning in. Good to have you checking in here on a Friday. That's would it ultimately be a kind of a 30% bonus from the rainy day fund for the SNAP recipients in New Mexico? I don't know the actual answers to the question. I do know that Montana's Attorney General past day blasted that lawsuit that was just filed by the 25 Democrat-led states against the Department of Agriculture for the lapse in food stamps, calling it, quote, idiocy, accusing Democrats of creating the very crisis they're fighting against. 2 days after Democrat leaders filed the lawsuit claiming the Department of Agriculture is legally obligated to continue administering the supplemental program, food stamps, even during the government shutdown, he said the state's case has, in his words, quote, no strength, and actually mocked the legal action as comical if it weren't so serious. You got a situation here where Chuck Schumer and the Democrats have voted 13 times not to fund this program and shut the government down. Now they're turning around and suing the federal government they just shut down. This is absolute idiocy. He said Democrats need to focus on reopening the government instead of filing politically motivated lawsuits. A much better use of these blue state attorney generals and governors, a better use of their time would be pick up the phone, call Chuck Schumer and a couple of their senators. Let's get the government back open and get the SNAP assistance moving out to the people that need it. Now, the Montana Attorney General acknowledged the lapse in benefits will have real impacts. Nearly 78,000 Montanans, many of them from tribal communities, but places the blame squarely on the Senate Democrats. This is a manufactured crisis created by Senate Democrats to try and create leverage over the administration to try to get funding for health care for illegal aliens. That's what it's all about. And you're going to make poor Americans pay for this by losing their SNAP assistance. I really think this is going to undercut the Democrats' case when it kicks in. Only problem is, from what we're seeing via the social media, an overwhelming majority of these individuals outraged about losing benefits have no understanding, pay no attention to the actual news. They couldn't tell you if the Democrats voted once or 13 times to not reopen the government. All they know is they believe it's Donald Trump. It's Donald Trump and this administration that's causing this to happen. The sad reality.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, headed down the home stretch here, as they like to say. Let's see, Scott earlier said, after Pappy's conversation, talking about the AutoPen scandal, he said, I can't wait to watch the left lose their ever-loving minds when Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is deemed ineligible because she was appointed by AutoPen and President Trump gets to pick a replacement. I don't know. Could that happen? All right. Hello to Ban Global Roamers, who says, Happy Friday, Steve. I can remember one Halloween night, late 70s. A couple of friends and I knocked on this house door. A man opened it and was sort of surprised we actually knocked. He said, gee, I don't have any candy. Hold on. Came back a few moments later and threw a dime in each of our bags. Ah, yes, and I was also given an apple by an old lady once. I dumped my bag out later that night, and I thought, what the heck? Yeah, this is odd. This has got to go. Yeah, so I'm not alone, right? Not the only kid that thought, are you kidding me? An apple? Give me a break. All right, Plowboy back on board here. Final thoughts on a Friday.
Yeah, I sound like we're not the only one in that crowd there, Steve. Thanks for taking me back. Steve, if you ever get a call on your line and it says jail, I'll be in jail. That Glamour magazine.
Yes.
Really kind of.
Women of the Year. Hey, Women of the Year, Plowboy.
Okay, now where's that going to be found at? If I've got to go to the doctor, do that. Yeah, I got to turn my CDL back on since I've been in the yard. I'm looking at going elsewhere, doing other things while I was fighting this aluminum problem. But when I get my physical, and if I see one of them Glamour magazines, and it says that on it, I'm going to throw it in the garbage. So if I go to jail and I call you, I'm in jail. I need a collection fund. But I mean,
we'll set up a GoFundMe for
that
you.
Crap. Yeah, I don't need that. That crap does not need to be seen by no eyes. I'm sorry. Little kids in the doctor's office read that garbage. My God. Integrity. It was a big word Knuckle Buster used, and I'm 100% behind that because that's just almost like when Grump was hollering about them people holding that snap card up like and thought they were king and queen of the hill. I mean, it's garbage. Okay. You brought up one last comment here 3 minutes ago, sir. I thought the natives were already on a different type of a pay system. I did not know they fell in the benefit program when you were talking about the Montanians up there.
Mm-hmm.
And them living on the reservations. I thought they fell under a whole different scheme of things. I mean, but
apparently not. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you just. Yeah, yep. I just learned that one. But, Steve, thinking about the Democrats. Remember last week when they were touting that Trump was on a vacation tour or whatever? He was
AWOL. Well, the government showed down. Yes.
Okay. Now, let me ask you something. Dum Dum was AWOL for 4 damn years. He doesn't even know he ever put his damn hand up in the air and put his hand on the Bible. And in 2021. Look what President Trump has done. I'm happy with what he's done with these soybeans. And no, you made a big comment here, sir, a bit ago. All the farmers that I deal with, me included, we did not want that $12 billion bailout. We didn't want to touch it. We were hoping that we could get better openings and better markets for our soybeans and all of our crops.
Mm-hmm.
That will go on for years because $12 billion, yeah, it's good for one day. But now, Steve, question. Being very forthright when I say this and ask this question. There would be too many billionaire farmers. Hell, look at, hell, I can't even think of the damn name. That owns conglomerates of land. Ted Turner. Even the ones in the Scott Bassett, or whatever his name is. I forget how many thousands of acres that he owns in Conway, South Carolina, and in North Dakota. Now, if he got a hold of that, and he claimed to be a soybean farmer. He is not a soybean farmer, sir. He's not. He owns land, and he rents it out to farmers like myself and the others at a high rent price because the price of soybeans goes up, corn goes up, now our cash rent price goes up. I mean,
yeah. So I guess the only question I had was, are the soybean prices now? I mean, I guess it was such a good year. We got an abundance of corn, abundance of soybean. Are the farmers going to be able to get a decent rate, a decent price per bushel when they sell it to China there? But yeah, we got to close it out there. Have a great weekend. Happy Halloween. Thanks for listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream